meeting of Nelson City Council on Thursday the 10th of November. I'll ask that you all stand for the opening prayer.
Almighty God, sovereign in all things, bless this city and its people. Guide us in local government each day, that our decisions may be wise and just, and magnify your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Kia ora, Council. Welcome to our second meeting of this triennium. We've got a busy agenda today. I haven't put any timing on my run sheet in terms of completing the business, but I would say to you that we will need to be focused and ensuring that our contribution to the meeting is directed to the items on the agenda, and that we do our best not to be repetitive in our contribution to the meeting. So I'd just ask that you could keep that in mind. We have a number of public forums today, and shortly I'll invite Mr. Lindsay Wood to join the meeting, who is our first speaker for public forum. In terms of the order of business, just a reminder to everyone that we are live streaming the meeting, and I'd ask you to make sure that you do use your microphones and that you do turn them off when you're finished using them, just to help with the quality of the sound. We have an acknowledgement of past service, and I'm intending to break the meeting at just before morning tea, so that we can acknowledge the past service of councillors who are coming to join us today. So we'll stop for a morning tea and have a few moments with them. There is a slight change to the agenda. We have a late item that we need to receive, and that is related to an update on Green Meadows. So we'll need to allow that late item to come onto the agenda, and there is a recommendation in relation to that we consider the public excluded item regarding tender update Green Meadows at this meeting as a major item not on the agenda, pursuant to section 46A(7)(a) of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987, to enable a timely decision to be made, and moved by Councillor Barker. I'm happy to, seconded by Councillor Noonan. And before I put that, I would also ask that the reason for the exclusion is updated, and you'll have to look at row 7 of the public excluded reasons, and that should be updated to include a reason that is to instead of replace the reason to maintain legal professional privilege with third party, and I'm presuming that is confidentiality. I've got a confidential here, but I think the word would be better to be third party confidentiality. Just check with our AA. The reason in the section in the Act is section 7(2)(b)(1). So if the members who have moved and seconded are happy to also record that reason. Councillor Noonan, the section number is 7(2)(b), I actually it is, it's I from memory. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to accept the major late item. I will put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Are there any items, matters of business that the Council wishes to draw to my attention, just in terms of attendance or any other matter? No. Councillor Barker?
Yes, I will have to leave at 11:30.
Right, thank you, Councillor Barker. Anybody else that needs to be away from the meeting for a period? Councillor Noonan?
Item number 6 in public and confidential, is that going to go ahead?
Item 6 and confidential, I will address as I get to that part of the agenda. So when I get to the public excluded, Councillor Noonan, I'll address that at that point.
So did we need to accept that just as we do, or you were just changing the reason for the public exclusion on the other item?
I was addressing, I'll just go back to my notes, I was addressing the item in relation to row 7, so let me have a look at that. Are you talking about the Green Meadows item?
The item above that, the public disorder, is we haven't got the papers for that. Is that going to happen at a later?
I'm going to address that when I get to the public excluded section, because I need to have a conversation with the Chief Executive. So the matter I was just addressing was item 7, and item 6 I'll address when we get into the meeting. All right, I don't think there's any other business that I need to draw to our attention before we commence public forum, so I'll just remind councillors in regards to the interest register, and if you've got any, if there are any items on the agenda where you have an interest, we'll deal with those as we get to them. Now, Mr. Wood, welcome. Welcome to the meeting. You've kindly circulated a presentation to us that has been loaded up onto the screen, so welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is that sound working okay?
I think that's fine.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Firstly, congratulations to Your Worship and everybody here on your election results. I may not see eye to eye with everybody, but I'm on the same page as Ms. Fitchett, who in her column yesterday, who said she takes a hat off to everybody who stands up to be counted, and so good on you for that. Basically, since I was here 6 months ago, I've had the chance to do a lot of research into one aspect of the Southern Link, and Angela Fitchett in her column also encouraged you not to pitch your tents on the extremities of the political spectrum, and I'd like to endorse her in that and say I'm going to encourage you today to pitch your tent a little bit back from that end.
Mr. Wood, I just can't help myself, but I have to say in some parts of the world that approach seems to be successful.
Well, I was going to say, looking around this room, you look wonderfully sensible in comparison with what's happening in other parts of the world. I agree with you, Your Worship. In that research, it's come to me that there are three questions we really must ask if we're to not to perhaps get in the wrong patch on the Southern Link. And so that's the bit of the political spectrum I'm asking you to pull your tents back a little on. I've posted three questions up there that have come from my research. Where anywhere in the world is a successful example of such an arterial actually easing congestion? I haven't found one. Now, I'm not talking about a Wakatu Drive, which is a bypass around a place. I'm talking about arterials that feed into an urban centre. Next is, what must we do differently and in addition to building a road to actually make it work? Because the only examples I've found where congestion has been eased actually have put other measures in place as well, or instead of, and certainly tried them beforehand. And the final thing I'm going to ask you is to reflect on whether you think the people really voted for the Southern Link or whether they voted to ease congestion, because they're not the same thing. And I put to you that people didn't vote because they thought we really want a road running along there, the way they might have voted for saying we want a swimming pool. I'm putting to you that they voted to ease congestion, and that their understanding was that the Southern Link was a mechanism to do that. A little bit of quick background. The NZETA case stands or falls on congestion. In consultation with the transport industry quite widely, they concluded that 70% of the reason was for easing congestion. There were other reasons, but if it doesn't ease congestion, then it's actually not going to succeed. In the same time frame since I last presented, the sort of research I've done, I've spoken with numerous transport consultants around the world. I've attended an international conference with a transport theme. I've asked many organisations here in Nelson and people who supported the Southern Link for examples or the rationale. And of course I've searched online. That list there is the 16 people that I have contacted and invited to put a comment to me. You don't have to read them because I've summarised them. 8 transport specialists, 4 of them in New Zealand, 1 from London, 1 from Delhi, 1 from Paris, 1 from Johannesburg. 4 pro-Link politicians I asked, and I also asked 4 pro-Link community organisations. Not one of them was able to give me an example of such an arterial actually working, and in fact the only rationale I've had for it working is it's common sense, isn't it? And yet all the information that I find around the world suggests otherwise. So I went to Mr. Google, and that little next slide up there is me searching, when do new roads ease congestion? And the first 8 of the 10 hits there say they don't, they commonly make it worse. One actually says only in very rare circumstances. And then one says, yes, they can work as long as you implement other strategies as well, and preferably try them beforehand. And that one gives an example of the interstate at Houston called the Katy Freeway. So I thought, oh, good, there's an example. I'll at least Google it. And here's the first image I saw of the Katy Freeway. 26 lanes and half of them congested. And here's another picture when they're going one way, and there's 19 lanes and all congested. Now, I'm not for a moment suggesting that that's where the Southern Link is heading, but what I am suggesting is that that is the end result of trying to build your way out of congestion. So with like Winnie the Pooh, it seems to me the more I looked for a good example, the more it isn't there. What I did find was that highway capacity, when you add it, always attracts more traffic and fills up. I didn't find any examples of one that worked. I did find compelling cases for trying other things with or before you build a highway. And I did not find any rationale for actually saying this is why the Southern Link will ease congestion. So please pitch your tent a little bit back from the we've got to build the Southern Link spot, and at least try to answer those 3 questions that I've put to you. And satisfy yourself that you've got good answers. And I look forward to seeing where you get to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Got opportunity for perhaps one minute to go. Councillor Courtney.
Quickly put into it. Isn't it?
It is, and I'd suggest to you that the strategic case is 70% congestion, so if you don't solve that, then it's not worth doing the exercise.
And
I know there are other factors in there.
Yeah, there are a lot of other factors that we're talking about. You know, people getting comfortably and safely from the outer Tasman and Atawai and into the city to attend things like the Nelson School of Music that's going to be open in a flash with this new council, the Suter Art Gallery, the museum. So there's more to it than just congestion, and I think that's where your argument falls down, quite frankly. There's tourism involved in this as well.
Councillor Courtney, I need you to frame this
Yes.
as a question for the...
So I think your submission would have stood up for me if you'd have broadened it and saw some merit in developing our tourism and our safety of our people moving in and out of the city, and not just dwelt on congestion. What's your view on that?
Well, my view is that the NZTA, I agree with you that there are a lot of other factors in there, but the NZTA strategic case says 70% of the reason for building it is it's to solve congestion. The other 30% is to do with amenity around Rocks Road or accessibility. And so while I don't disagree with you, Councillor Courtney, I'd have to say in the context of the business case for the Southern Link, basically it stands or falls on congestion. And I'm suggesting to you that we ought to have a very good look at that. I'm not saying there's no example. I'm just saying I have searched hard and I haven't been able to find one so far. And therefore we might just be courting bigger level of congestion than we have at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Our next public forum presentation is from Mr. Peter Olorenshaw. Welcome, Mr. Olorenshaw. You're presenting on behalf of NELSA, so you have 10 minutes to present.
Thank you, and again, congratulations to everyone here. I don't think I could do what you people are taking on, so good on you. And as I said in my email to you, whilst we might not agree on the Southern Link, there are lots of things we can agree on, and that's what I'd like to focus on today. Firstly, more in a city living choices, and although you might not share like the aesthetics of this, it is another 32 households living close in to Nelson that joins the Betts apartments with another 14 there, so that's 46 extra households living close into Nelson. And if you can see this, the NZTA modelling for the Southern Link investigation is assuming 0 extra households in each of those areas right out to 2033. Now we've had these 2 announcements in just 1 year. Now it might be an unusual case, but that's what's happened. And also I'd like to talk about the other close-in living, like the Toitoi SHA zone, the special housing zone. Again, NZTA is assuming 0 extra households there right out to 2023. There's going to be more than that. So, and the point is, people living close in are adding to city vibrancy that we all want, but also people living this close in aren't contributing to peak hour congestion. And while the apartment choice is good, for Nelsonians in 2016, it's a bit of a limited market, I think. Most people would sooner have townhouses than would sooner live in a townhouse than in an apartment. And so what we've got is this missing middle density in Nelson, like a lot of places. Now this is an American slide, and obviously their buildings are bigger, but it's got the same thing where we've got, I can do this. Sorry. On the left-hand side, you've got detached single-family houses, and we've got that missing middle housing group between single houses and the inner city fringe. In Nelson, what we've got is actually a low-density area surrounding the inner city fringe. These houses at the bottom of Shelbourne Street would be illegal now. We can't do that, and this is a real fault, I think, of the Nelson plan and our giving housing choices. We haven't grasped the nettle on this. What we've gone for is the easy thing of allowing more CBD apartments, because no one's going to actually object to that. But to allow more close-in residential housing, there's going to be people who are going to object to it. But if those rules weren't there, that's what we would have been building. So I think you need to grasp the nettle on this. Oh, sorry, another example. Hathaway Court. Again, why is it so hard to do this? We can only do that as a comprehensive housing development rather than as of right, so close into town. This is just opposite trailways. A lot of people would like to live in that sort of situation where they've each got a bit of ground, each can have a few lettuces or whatever, bit of ground outside. But why do we make it so hard? Secondly, what else can we agree on? The beach bus. Now I know some of you are working on this, and that's great. And what we'd like to see is it happen this summer and going the length of Trafalgar Street as a form of advertising, running out to Tahuna Beach and onto Tahuna Camp at regular intervals right through summer, including afternoons and evenings. Thirdly, what else can we agree on? School holidays all year round. What we mean by that is making it safe to get to school, not just safe in a car. During school holidays we've got no congestion. Let's make it that way all year round. It's better for the kids psychologically, it's better for their parents, it's better for the planet, and it's better for congestion. This requires an acknowledgement that on-road cycle lanes, where the protection is just a line of paint, is completely inadequate. What we need is protected cycle paths and wider footpaths with cycle lanes on them, underpaths and overpasses at the likes of Hampton and Tahuna schools. And the next thing I hope we can agree on is making Nelson a place where talent wants to be. I'm not saying we shouldn't cater for older residents, it's just that if that's all we do, Nelson's going to wither away. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with this graph, but you really should be, because this is Nelson City's own population projections. The top line is the working age population. And see how that's decreasing out to 2045. The only population group that's increasing is the over 65s. Now, can a city survive with that sort of population trends? I think that you really need to have that at the forefront of your mind to make Nelson a place where talent wants to be, where those working people want to be. And I can't resist, but just as a side, the Nelson Southern Link modelling is assuming a job growth of 5% out to 2023 and 10% to 2033. Now, where's that 10% increase coming? It should actually be a decrease, according to the Nelson City Council population projections. And lastly, half of Nelson didn't vote. 52% voted, which is better than some councils in New Zealand, but almost half didn't vote. What are their views? We don't know. They are disengaged from council, and why is that? Because they have no influence? Because they think that council will do what it wants anyway? Some of them undoubtedly be too busy getting food on the table, paying their bills and keeping their kids out of trouble. But it would be good for the city as a whole to have a wide cross-section of the population involved in things that affect them. And this is where I'd like to come on to the 2060 plan, framing our future, that there was a huge amount of community effort and agreement in creating this document. And goal 2 was that we're all involved in decisions. And I suggest that if Nelsonians felt that they were actually involved in decisions, they'd be more ready to vote, would know what the other 48% of the people thought of. And so lastly, I'd just like to see that 2060, this document, becomes the yardstick to measure policies and plans against. For every initiative you're looking at doing, you should be asking whether it's taking us closer to 2060 or going in a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olorenshaw. Question from Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Peter. Do you know how many new dwellings are planned for the CBD and the Fringe at the moment?
No.
Well, I can tell you, it's over 130,
Okay.
which is pretty exciting. So
Cool.
there's some good
That's
stuff
great.
happening. Yeah.
What's sorry, the question, Councillor Laurie?
I was asking if Peter knew how many dwellings were planned for the CBD and the Fringe.
Oh, okay, 130.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
On the rise, actually.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Over 130.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up point on that. That's in the centre, not this in a residential thing, and it's that missing middle that I think we need a bit of work on.
Any other questions? Councillor Rutledge.
Peter, you've linked a lot of those ideas you've put to the Southern Link. Do you see those things as actually linked, or are they good ideas regardless of the Southern Link?
That was my whole point, that they're all good ideas regardless of the Southern Link, but that's stuff that we can do whether or not the Southern Link goes ahead. We should be doing anyway.
Councillor Dalberg.
Peter, I note there your comments about catering for older people and not talent. I kind of find that I'm not too sure about where your research is coming from. You tend to find that the over 60s are living to over 85 now anyway. Once you make it past 60, they're involved in the workforce. They're involved in a lot of our volunteer community type stuff. And I imagine a lot of them, including myself, are involved in these talented people you're talking about looking after grandkids. So I myself kind of like the idea that we cater for that age group. It's expanding age group, it's part of our city, and they are very productive. So I kind of think if you're going to rephrase that, it's come up twice now, I myself find it slightly offensive, and I myself think they are worthwhile catering for. They're a major part of our community.
So, Councillor Dalberg, you need to frame that as a question.
So the question really is, I think if you're going to bring that your detail in, I think we need to be a bit more accurate with it. Oh, there you go. Do you agree?
Perhaps you didn't hear what I said, but I said we should be catering for older people, and they're very much part of it. I guess I should have rephrased it as younger talent. If you look at the age demographic, we've actually got a chunk cut out of our younger people from 20 to 40, and that's something that I think we need to be aware of and work on.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lorenshaw. I'm going to wrap up now because it's over 10 minutes. But thank you very much to come in to present, and I appreciate the focus that you had today on some of the really positive work that we've been doing over the last 3 years around different choices and for housing that is continuing. And at some point not too far away, we'll update you on what the demographics we now know about Nelson, and you're going to find that attracting talent is already showing in our numbers. Our next public forum is from Mr. Sean Fahey, and I'll invite Mr. Fahey to join the meeting. Welcome, Mr. Fahey. Mr. Fahey, you've got 5 minutes to present, and then if you would like, there may be questions for you. So when you're ready, and I'll just ask you to press the button for the microphone. Thank you.
So I'm here today to talk about a roading issue that we have and council dealings that I've had over the last year. End of last November, we moved in to Tresillian Ave, and the day we moved in, in fact 2 days before we moved in, we had our road resealed. We arrived, no signage up to say that there was a new road and no speed restrictions. As soon as we got out of our vehicle and walked on the road was lifting, the chip was coming off and the tar was sticking to our feet. We straight away contacted the council. A council worker came out, and the response that we got was astounding. We were told this is a quick fix, and I asked, what are you going to do about it? Nothing was the response that I got. My neighbour did exactly the same thing, got a different person out with exactly the same response. I escalated this matter through to the management and council, to the manager of infrastructure, who we found impossible to deal with, unresponsive, wouldn't return emails. In fact, the only email he did return at that stage was an email to say that he wouldn't correspond with us over this matter. Where do we go to from here? That's when I brought Matt, Larry, and just after Laurie, sorry Matt. We brought Matt in just after Christmas, and Matt got involved. But due to council constraints in the process, we could only get so far with that. Meanwhile, as weeks went on, they turned into months, and nothing was getting done about our road. We were bringing tar into our house, on our carpet, our driveway, in our garage, stones. Our kids couldn't walk around our property without standing on stones with tar on. And if you've heard a kid squeal in pain, it's not pleasant. I took my concerns at this stage to a private roading engineer, who straight away said to me that this was done as a cost-saving measure from the council, and it was a quick fix indeed. The council should have done a 2-coat seal job on the road, and I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you now telling you what a poor job that the council have done and the contractors. As time went on, we escalated this on to the CEO. I've just got to reframe what I've got to say here a wee bit. Although we found her sympathetic in her issues as we first approached her, it didn't take long to realise that we were up against an establishment that clearly had an agenda to be obstructive, take no responsibility for their actions, and would not be held to account. And it is not out there to act in the best interests of residents of Nelson. As time went on, my emails became more direct, and we still couldn't get anyone from the council to do anything. We invited council to come out, and that's council management to come out to our property, meet our neighbours and have a look at it firsthand. The short answer was no, no one was interested. Just prior to the election, that's when the mayor got involved and we finally started getting some action. I then had council management, 4 people came out, 2 councillors and 2 senior management. I got an email from the manager of assets saying that they would come back to us with an outcome, but they think that they'd come to a decision. 2 months later, I still haven't had an email from that person, and I'm still waiting to hear what the outcome is. I have emailed him over half a dozen times and they don't respond. I have found out through the Mayor, thank you, that we know what's happening with our road. Why do we have to escalate these sorts of minor issues that could have been dealt with straight away to this sort of state? It's unacceptable. After reading the amount of pay that I see that our CEO and senior management of this council are getting, I reckon it would be a good idea to put them on a performance-based contract that is reviewed every 3 to 6 months, and if they're not performing, jobs are terminated. We don't need these sort of people in our council. Our experience as the staff and management in the infrastructure and our CEO have left us in a state of shock. How can these people be obtuse when dealing with the residents of Nelson and people like us that they're supposed to be serving and working for? I put it to you that if I had an option to go out and buy some tools, I've got two or three different shops to go to buy them. But when it comes to council, I don't have that option. But I would like to see another option there, and I can guarantee people would go to the other option, especially if they're getting service. Our road is going to be fixed. It's going to be done again on the cheap. How long that will last, I don't know. When will it be fixed? How long's a piece of string? I'm Sean Fahey, and this is my brief outline on our story and our dealings with the Nelson City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Fahey. Any questions for Mr. Fahey? Councillor Fulton.
Yes, when did the first seal go down?
That was about the middle of November last year.
So this has been going on for a year.
Yep.
A year. And why is the next reseal through the Mayor? Why is the next reseal going to be another cheap fix? Why aren't they going to fix it properly?
Because all it is, and this is again coming back to the independent engineer that I spoke to, you put a dry seal on that road, Nelson gets heavy rain. They put a dry seal on, we get a heavy rain, it's gone. So let's waste more ratepayers' money.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Fahey. Just a question about the seal. Is it the same as the rest of the street?
No, it's not.
So what is the balance? Sorry, Madam Mayor. Just what is the other seal?
It's bitumen.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Fahey? Last question from Councillor Barker.
Thank you. Just how many residents are affected by this state of affairs?
Everyone in the district.
How many?
Everyone in the district. Hundreds. Now that our road's been opened up through Tresillian Ave, we have people coming down Wasney Street now using the road. People from Tresillian Ave are coming through the road, so our traffic has gone up big time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fahey, for coming in to speak to us today. Councillors, that concludes the public forum. Now, one of the things that I still find quite challenging with our agendas is that if you want to do anything in relation to the public forum matters, you need to raise them with me now before I conclude the public forum. So essentially, we've had the last speaker. What I would say to you, so in terms of background, in relation to the matters that Mr. Fahey has raised today, they will be being addressed by the Chief Executive Employment Committee in the first instance. In relation to the roading technical matters, that is a discussion that I think would be useful for the Works and Infrastructure Committee to have in relation to road seals and the approach that's being taken in the asset management plan. Any other matters? Councillor Noonan.
Madam Mayor, I was just doing a rough calculation of how many people Mr. Fahey's been dealing with, and I got up to 12. I'd like to see some expediency in this matter.
I'm not quite sure how I can action that in terms of what your request is. So if you could be more specific in what you are seeking,
I would like,
remembering that what you can do from a public forum is seek a report, or you may have something that you wish to address to the Chief Executive. So you need to do one of those things.
I don't know which would be the better, but I think an expedient response to the problem, given that the number of hours spent by a ridiculous number of people, and we haven't got a satisfactory answer. If there's a small block of road, Madam Mayor, that needs to be repaired, I think probably the cheapest way is to do it the proper way.
Well, I think
So if
you're still not helping me with what you're seeking,
a
Councillor Noonan.
report,
You want to call for a report on the resealing of Tresillian Road?
to the quality that the rest of the road is.
That would need to go to the Works and Infrastructure Committee. So that would need to be an update to the Works and Infrastructure Committee in relation to issues on road sealing specific to Tresillian Avenue. I'll just check with the chair of the committee. Would you be happy for such a report to come through either the chair's report, or it may be in relation to whether we address that, Chief Executive, through an administrative matters item on that agenda?
Madam, I'm familiar with the discussion that's been had. I'd appreciate an update from the officers for our Works and Services Committee meeting on the 17th, if it's possible.
I'll just check. I just want to check with the group manager. Is that possible to achieve that? It would need to be a late item, I believe, because the agenda is about to issue.
You happy with that?
Through the Mayor, Councillor. Thank you. All right, so the request has been made and we will endeavour to get that to the meeting. There are options in relation to councillor updates, but I understand what we will do is ensure that council is updated on this matter through the appropriate delegation, assuming they go through today, to the Works and Infrastructure Committee. Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Now I have Councillor Laurie, Councillor McGurk and then Councillor Rutledge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean Fahey seemed to suggest that a solution is in the pipeline. It sounded to me like he thought that there was something was going to be done. So could someone perhaps clarify what is planned at the moment? Maybe we don't need it to go to the committee if it's already been sorted out.
I'm sorry, we're not in a position to, this is the dilemma with public forums, Councillor Laurie, and after 3 years I think you know that all you can do, as I've explained to Councillor Noonan, is you can have an option of calling for a report or seeking that the Chief Executive undertakes an action. So that's really where we get to. So what we're doing is you will be updated through the Works and Infrastructure Committee, which is going to be next week. Moving on to Councillor McGurk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the issue that we've heard from Mr Fahey highlights probably a broader issue, one that certainly the quality of roading around the city is one that sort of comes up from time to time again. I'm just wondering, in terms of a report to the Works and Infrastructure Committee, that it actually takes a bit of a broader view, might help an explanation to that committee about the process that we do for resealing, because while we're talking about particular seal on Tresillian, we're getting issues. We've had approaches from other communities and other residents about the type of chip on the road in terms of road noise. So it might be rather helpful if we take a sort of a rather broader view on terms of how the officers will determine which road surfaces are dealt with in which way, and it might be something that's done as part of the asset management plan earlier in the piece.
So Councillor McGurk, I'm going to call that as repetitive, because when I spoke before I said there were two things that would need to happen. One was to deal with this, and also a wider discussion with the Works and Infrastructure Committee in relation to the Transport Asset Management Plan. So I've already signalled that that needs to happen.
I'll leave it to that.
Councillor Rutledge.
I guess for me, there's a bigger issue raised here about the reputation of council and how council is actually interacting with our citizens. So I'd actually like to call for a report into the handling of council of this issue, with the question, to answer the question, has this met our service expectations? And if not, why not, and what we should do about it.
So, Councillor Rutledge, what I said at the start of this, that the matter is going to the Chief Executive Employment Committee, where that matter will be on the agenda. So that will deal with the matters in relation to service. So, Mr Fahey has raised appropriately a complaint with me, and my approach to dealing with that is to take that to the Chief Executive Employment Committee so that we can address it. So that matter is in hand. That will be available through agendas. Any member of council is able to attend the Chief Executive Employment Committee, although we don't tend to do that as a wider group, and there may well be something from that is then reported back to full council through that process, so you'll see the minutes. Okay. If there's an issue in relation to service generally, that is a matter that I signalled at to council at the inaugural meeting around customer excellence, and that is absolutely top of mind of my priority for the next 3 years.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Fulton.
I hope this isn't repetitive, but I just wanted to ensure that the report considered that it's not another quick fix, because he mentioned that it's going to be replaced with dry seal again, and I don't quite understand what that means, but it sounds like a better solution could be considered.
Thank you.
That needs to form the broader picture too.
I think the report that will come to the Works and Infrastructure Committee will set the context for how decisions are made. What I would just say in relation to Councillor Laurie's request before, that there is an option here just in terms of timeliness for council, that an update, there's nothing to stop an update going in the councillor newsletter that goes out on a Friday, as well as coming to the Works and Infrastructure Committee. So I would just suggest that the Chief Executive and Group Manager turn their mind as to whether that might be useful. Thank you. All right, thank you. That concludes our public forum, and we will now move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is confirmation of the minutes, pages 8 through 17. Thank you. No corrections to the minutes. It's been moved by Councillor McGurk, seconded by Councillor Courtney. Councillor Noonan.
On item 9, I'm sorry, I should have raised this with you. It's been a busy week. It was the reappointment of the external appointees, and the minutes record that the councillors discussed the proposed...
You need to give a page number, Councillor, please.
Page 13, item 9. The last paragraph says that the councillors discussed the proposed reappointments of external appointees, and a variety of views were noted. I think there were 2 views noted, Madam Mayor. Don't know whether others remember it that way.
I think the minutes are accurate. There were a variety of views, in my view. There were all sorts of reasons supporting, and there was some view opposing. But there were a variety of reasons for supporting. I think that's accurate. I think they should stand. It's been moved by Councillor McGurk, seconded by Councillor Courtney. Anything else, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just ask you a question? Due to the comments that have been publicly made regarding this appointment, have you had any response from the 3 appointees?
Not at this stage.
Thank you.
Any other corrections to the minutes? In that case, I'll put the minutes. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Moving on to item 6 on the agenda, which is the Mayor's report. The Mayor's report just highlights a few of the events that are occurring in relation to council over this next period. It's quite a busy period. Last night I met with our visitors from Miyazu, the delegation that is here. The Japanese ambassador is also here for a couple of days. Their delegation is being extremely well hosted by our sister city Miyazu group, and really enjoying their stay in Nelson so far. So we'll have the opportunity to meet with the delegation on Friday. I'm happy to take any questions in relation to the Mayor's report, and I just have one other item, which is in relation to the River Awards, and I was hoping that we were going to have a staff member here. Hello, Joe. I just invite Miss Barton and Miss Martin to come to the table. Welcome to the meeting, and I just wanted an opportunity to thank you both on behalf of Council, especially the work, Ms Martin, that you've been doing in engaging the community. This is, the awards event was really enjoyable. It was held in Wellington last week, and the stories that were told about community groups around the country just engaging in environmental projects, really focusing on the importance of water quality, connections with rivers, the connections between the health of the land and the sea, and the connection that rivers make was highlighted. It was a real pleasure to be there, and I was delighted to see the work that that Joe and other staff in Nelson City Council have been leading, engaging with the community, with other organisations, with schools in Nelson, to achieve the second most improved river in New Zealand. The most improved river was in Auckland. It was also an urban river, and I think it's a great achievement given we're not that far into this project, so this hasn't been going for a particularly long period of time. We're probably coming up to 18 months, about 18 months, would that be right, Joe? 2 years?
It's about 2.5 years.
2.5, oh, gosh, that time goes quickly. It really does. And it's just been serendipitous that at the time that we were starting on this project, Friends of the Maitai were also forming, and so that was actually sort of a perfect coming together of communities seeing priorities and a council that shared in those priorities. And I think when you have those two things come together, you can achieve an awful lot, and that really is the theme of the long-term plan. It's around partnership and working together to see what we can achieve for our city to make it an even better place to live. So congratulations, well done. It's a pleasure. It was particularly nice to discover that when I took the award up to put it on for Jo, that yesterday was also her birthday, so it's a birthday present as well. Well done. All right, so there's the Mayor's report. It's an update. I would have to say the meeting with young American young political leaders is going to be particularly interesting now, isn't it? So I'm sort of looking forward to that discussion, I think. So happy to move that the Mayor's report is received. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Fulton. No questions? Any debate? In that case, I will put the Mayor's report. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the acknowledgement of past service, but we will just hold that one until our former councillors arrive to have that item just before morning tea. And we will move on to the item 8, which is on pages 21 through 25 of your agenda, and that is in relation to the Nelson Plan. And I'll invite the officer, Ms. Barton, who is presenting the report, to join the table. Welcome, Ms. Barton.
Thank you, Madam.
Are there any corrections or additions that you need to make to the report?
No, there aren't.
Right, then we'll take the report as read. Any questions for Ms. Barton? Councillor McGurk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Ms. Barton, I'm just wondering, in terms of you've put out the draft regional policy statement back, and you've received some feedback. Have you been able to, has that actually extended the workload or expectations of the community as a result of that feedback?
So through you, Madam Mayor, in terms of the workload, it was something that the staff had anticipated would occur. So it hasn't increased the workload. It's taken some time to pull that information together. And at the workshop that's coming up shortly, we'll provide the feedback back to the council table so that you can see what that feedback looks like and what response we've proposed. In terms of expectations of the community, it would be fair to say that there's an ongoing dialogue with the community, so we will be certainly feeding back to them after we've had the workshop.
A subsequent question, I suppose. As a result of that feedback, has there been much significant change to the RPS or draft RPS that went out?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not significant. I think the comments have been incredibly helpful, and they have picked up a couple of particular issues, for example, climate change, where we have come back and made some suggestions for you to consider. So certainly very helpful.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at the attachment chart on page 25, can you give me an idea when in 2018 the formal hearings will be starting to take place?
So through you, Madam Mayor, if we notify in January 2018, the hearings won't be before mid-2018, given that there is a submission and further submission process to be gone through first.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so no further questions. In that case, we have a recommendation in the report to receive the report, and that we agree to the process and the timeframes for the Nelson Plan. Moved by Councillor McGurk, seconded by Councillor Walker. Any debate? In that case, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now, the next item on the agenda is item 9, which is the Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan gazettal process. I think if we've got the officers here, Chief Executive was just asking me if we would like to go to item 10. I think we might get this one underway, but I'm just looking for our legal counsel, who I can't see here. Okay, well in that case I will go to item 10 just to give her an opportunity to arrive. So item 10 is the Administrative Matters Report, pages 49 through 57. Now, who's going to present that report? I do need an officer.
It's a composite of a number of people.
All right, so do I have somebody who has signed the report? Chief Executive, do you want to? Miss Langley, like to join the meeting, Miss Langley? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any corrections or additions that need to be made to the report?
No, there aren't.
None. All right, thank you. Any questions for Miss Langley in relation to the report? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, it often surprises me when I see these lists of people's interests that some elected representatives choose to list property that they own while others don't. I find that confusing, and I'm sure the public might find it confusing too. Do you have any thoughts on how that works? I mean, could we do it a better way? Or are there any guidelines from LGNZ about this sort of thing?
Miss Langley?
Through the chair, it is essentially at the discretion of the people making the declaration of interests as to what they feel they ought to include. And yes, there are definitely guidelines and there is advice, and I believe all of you have been provided with information in that respect and have then made your choices to fill out your declarations.
Follow-up question, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. Follow-up through you. Could you remind me what that advice is when it comes to the listing of property as an interest?
Through the Mayor, not particularly well in a nutshell, no. As you know, the declaration of interest is quite a complicated and sort of difficult business. I know you're only asking in respect of properties, but I have to say I wasn't necessarily prepared to field that question today, so you've kind of caught me on the hop there. I can provide the advice, just not right this second.
Thank you. And it does seem a very strange situation where some councils list property and others don't.
So Ms. Langley, I'm going to ask the question again. Do you believe you've provided any advice to council on the listing of properties or not in the past? Has any advice been provided to us on that matter?
Yes, I believe so.
And what was that advice?
It would have been included in the guidelines from the Office of the Auditor General that have been provided to elected members in the past.
And what is that advice?
That's what I am saying to Councillor Laurie and now to yourself, Madam Mayor. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd need to go back and have a look at it.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll actually adjourn this item because I think that's a point that, well, we're here, we might as well get it clarified. So what I'll do is give you an opportunity to go and have a look at that, and we can then answer that question before we get to the end of the meeting. I think we could do that. And if you give it a go and see if you could find that advice, because I actually do think it is important we have some clarification on it if we can. Now, any other matters that you wish to raise, questions for Ms. Langley in relation to, I would suggest the Members' Interests Act and the elected members' remuneration, and they would be the items with respect to Ms. Langley. Other questions relate to update on the Housing Accord would be a different officer, and also the Rural Broadband initiative would be Mr. Ward. So no other questions for Ms. Langley. Any questions on the other items in relation to the Housing Accord or the extension on rural broadband? I do have one question on that one, which is for Mr. Ward. So thank you, Ms. Langley. Councillor McGurk.
You've got two questions really. One is on the Housing Accord, is really quite a quick one.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Yeah, the question really is around the two outstanding HASHA consents which are currently outstanding, and we just need some kind of guarantee that we're going to be processed by the 31st of December. Because what's happened, we've sort of put under pressure to approve them, and then it's been pushed out, and then it's been extended, and now we've got a situation where we've still got two outstanding and a finite date.
So I wasn't clear on the question, Councillor McGurk.
The question is, can we have a guarantee that those consents will be lodged and processed by the 31st of December, so we're not continually...
All right, is there any guarantee, Ms. Barton?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we cannot guarantee that they're going to be processed by 31st of December. And indeed, at least two of the consents, there is some further information that has been requested. There will be a paper that will be coming to the council meeting in December, which will outline what the options may be for council to be able to continue to process those consents.
So, Councillor McGurk, for clarification, the reason this is here is I think it's reasonable once we know we've got an issue in the offices, Chief Executive and Ms Barton did, to give you a heads up for this meeting that there is an issue already with timeframes around the complexity, particularly in trying to address infrastructure matters in relation to progressing these items. So this is just it's to let you know now. Now, extension of rural broadband, Mr Ward, I am just looking at the recommendation which talks about a sum coming from the Special Economic Projects budget. Are you satisfied that this particular initiative is one that has an economic purpose?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the advice we've had from the NRDA is that part of the call is directed at tourism black spots. That would seem to me to fit within the ambit of economic development. In its broadest sense, providing access, digital connectivity to our citizens also contributes to our economic well-being, whether it's through enhanced opportunities for education, but also we have a large number of home-based businesses in our region, and this would also support that kind of activity as well. So for a variety of reasons, it would seem to fit within that activity.
Thank you. Right, no further questions. A question from Councillor Courtney.
Through you, Your Worship, to our office, there were funds available a year or 2 years ago from central government. Are you taking advantage of that, or have we not got the opportunity now?
So through the Mayor, this call is part of that same initiative. What happened around about 18 months ago was there was a request for expressions of interest that went out to local authorities in terms of identifying areas which were black spots and which would be suitable for both rural broadband and the UFB2, so that's the ultra-fast broadband in the urban areas. Nelson is particularly well served by UFB1, which was the initial rollout, and the map that is attached to this report shows that the majority of our urban areas are already covered by UFB1, so we didn't apply at that time. What has happened since then is Crown Fibre Holdings has taken over responsibility from Chorus for the rollout of this. They have decided to call for requests for proposals from telecom suppliers, and so there's a parallel process going on now which takes the information that was gained from the previous request, but also seeks further information from councils as to where the tourism black spots and rural broadband black spots now are. So it is an extension of the same process.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since Mr Ward has mentioned the black spots, there have been mentioned to various members of council there are black spots in the city as well. Did the report cover that area? And if not, have we got a report on the capability in the city? And the actual CBD is where I've been getting complaints.
Mr Ward.
Sorry, could I, just for clarification through you, Madam Mayor, black spots in relation to Wi-Fi coverage or mobile coverage?
I supposed to know the difference?
Yes.
It's probably mobile.
Mobile phone coverage?
Mobile phone coverage.
So through the Mayor, I'm not aware of any issues in relation to mobile phone coverage in the urban area. There are issues, or there have been reports around Wi-Fi coverage, but Council was very clear when it installed its free Wi-Fi service that it was focused on Trafalgar Street, and so there are areas outside of Trafalgar Street where there are issues with connectivity on free Wi-Fi, but that is a completely separate issue.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Rutledge, and then Councillor McGurk.
The tourism opportunities that you have identified, what exactly are they, or what are we missing now because of these identified black spots?
So through the Mayor, what Crown Fibre Holdings have provided to us is the map that is attached to this agenda. They have identified 2 areas where they have identified as tourism black spots for mobile phone reception. Those are Cable Bay and up the Mai Tai Valley. What I'm proposing to do, if Council makes some resource available, is to overlay on our GIS system the coverage maps from the 2 network providers with there was the Nelson Tasman Tourism, as it was, did a survey of tourism providers previously in terms of reception difficulties, and so we would overlay those 2 maps to identify where we saw gaps in terms of coverage for our tourism areas. And as an example, if I may, we know that there is greater interest in mountain bike and the potential for tourism there. We would want to test that our proposed locations for any mountain bike hubs would be covered by coverage.
Thank you. Councillor McGurk, then Councillor Skinner.
This proposal, does it go beyond just mobile black spots? Because I think in terms of the urban area, I think we've got 2 that sort of come to prominence, as I think at the top of the Brook and Marsden Valley. And I think there's an expectation of some residents in that community is why isn't the council contributing to covering, providing coverage in those mobile black spots? I'm just wondering, is that still the case? That they are black spots and that we do have a role in contributing towards coverage in those areas?
So in answer to the first question, I do understand there are some black spot areas. What we would be seeking to do through this process is to identify opportunities where there's overlap with potential tourism facilities where there could be community benefits as well. And so Marsden Valley potentially would be covered by that. Council hasn't signalled a specific role in the provision of telecommunications infrastructure to residents. I think that's a wider discussion with developers and the telecommunications sector.
Thank you. Final question from Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the report, Mr. Ward. Co-invest, is this about the council investing in the discussions to highlight the telecommunication providers where we would benefit or from having these black spots plugged up as such, or is it us co-investing in the infrastructure that they would then put in on those black spots?
Yes, so through the Mayor, it's both of those things. At this initial stage, this funding is being requested in order to do that preparatory work. We have a deadline of the 25th of November to comment on the maps that have been provided, and we're going to do that by overlaying on our GIS system the different layers as I've mentioned. As part of the working up to the 2nd of February deadline, we would have to have, and I would expect we would be putting a business case together in terms of council co-investment potentially to the bigger project. But that would come back to council for a decision.
Councillor Skinner, further question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That leads to my other question as regards to, are we then looking at paying for infrastructure of a private company, be it Telecom or whoever the telecommunication company, or are we then, council then, or ratepayer then funding a Crown government service and it comes back onto sort of the so-called Kiwi share responsibility of providing telecommunications to Nelson, not a council requirement. So my concern there, and I'd like your feedback on that, is that are we now then as a ratepayer paying for something that we shouldn't be paying for as part of the Kiwi share understanding of the contract with telecommunications, and or the Crown providing the telecommunications?
Through the Mayor, that is a good question. The way that it has been described by Crown Fibre Holdings is available to invest in broadband, both rural broadband and mobile black spots nationwide. They have acknowledged that they have not got enough in that bucket to cover everything, and so they are looking at prioritizing. So the kind of information that they have asked us for is where is the best bang for buck, effectively. So where are the tourist numbers which don't receive mobile coverage, for example? And we would make a strong case that the State Highway 6 between here and Marlborough is a good example of where there's a large number of tourists using that route. There would be an expectation that they would have mobile coverage, and it's very patchy. There are other benefits to council from a civil defence and emergency and rural fire perspective, but that is there is a limited funding bucket. We have been asked to identify areas where we might co-invest, and if I could just finish by saying co-investment needn't be cash. It could be by providing access to sites. It could be help with streamlining the RMA process, and those are all issues that we would identify within the next couple of months and bring back to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no further questions. Councillor Delberg, question?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I note on item 3, we're saying a sum of $15,000 figure we're requesting, and if so, how did that figure sort of eventuate?
Mr. Ward?
So through the Chair, we have, this has been dropped on us at very, very short notice. The webinar from Crown Fibre Holdings to explain what was happening took place the day before yesterday. The initial deadline is the 25th of November. We have a large amount of work to do and no very limited capacity to do it. Tasman District have gone through a previous process that was referred to by Councillor Courtney, where they engaged some consultants to help them that time round, and we have been working with them to understand what kind of requirements we might have in order to put in a proposal to this time round to the February 2nd deadline. So the funding that's been identified is basically along the lines of requiring some consultant support to go through the RFP process and to help us to prepare our bid.
Thank you. Further question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so my challenge really is I don't mind what the figure is, but I don't know about it's just the fact that do we come back and get some more later, or is this like an estimate, or does this do the job, or that was my concern. That was really my concern.
Councillor Ward? Oh, sorry, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My intention would be to come in under this budget, but there really is a best estimate at this stage given the amount of work that we believe we need to do.
Right, thank you. All right, no further questions. In that case, thank you both very much. We've got a recommendation. Actually, we were going to, no, this is Edmund Mattis' report. We're actually going to let it lie on the table unless Ms. Langley's ready with her answer around, she's not ready? So no, she's not ready. So what we'll do is we'll let this item lie on the table until we have that answer, but I think we could receive the report in the meantime. So I'll move that we receive the report, seconded by Councillor Fulton. I'll put that we receive the report. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. And then we'll just wait to deal with that item. Otherwise, I'll just check with Shaylee. I could do the second recommendation as well, or not, or maybe to leave it. It'll be better to leave it, so it's just sitting on the table. Right, now, Council, we're going to move back to item 7 on the agenda, which is the acknowledgement of past service. And I'm delighted to see Eric and Diane Davey join us, and I have seen Ruth Copeland pass by the door a few moments ago, and I'm hoping that she's somewhere here. I also, hello Ruth, welcome. How are you? Welcome to the meeting. And I'll invite Eric and Diane and Ruth to join me. I will need one more chair. Why don't you come and join me at the top of the table? Oh, Diane, you're happy there? All right, come on up here. We'll have two. Take a seat. Lovely to see you. Good to see you. Yes, he has. Yes. And I acknowledge Mr. Mike Ward, who's joined us for this occasion in the public gallery. Mike has already had his release into the world, freedom, at the conclusion of the last term of council. So welcome to you both. It's a pleasure to have you here in the chamber. Thank you very much for coming in to join us today. I think it is important that we acknowledge the service that our former councillors have given to the community. And I know this doesn't happen in all councils. In some councils at election time, if you're not elected, then that's it really. Off you go, and the council, your swipe card gets deactivated within 12 hours. And I think it'll have been deactivated, Ruth, I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure that's happened. And really that's it. But I actually think I actually think about the words we had from both Peter Olorenshaw and Lindsay Wood this morning, who said to us, actually, they do respect the fact that we sit at this table. And they wouldn't put their names forward to stand for council. Peter said, I don't think I could do that. It does take courage to stand, and it takes an considerable commitment to serve your community. And I want to acknowledge you both today. Eric, you have given service over multiple years in two tranches with council service. So we've had you back at this table now for the last 6 years, having significant roles to play in the works and infrastructure area of council. And I would look at the achievements over the last 3 years particularly, where we have really made significant progress in terms of understanding our asset management planning, building our relationship with contractors, having a much greater understanding at the council table about how works and infrastructure and contracts and projects come through the system. And I want to thank you for your leadership. I know that, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the infrastructure team, and particularly Mr. Alec Laverdis, how much the team has appreciated your collegiality and the work that you've put into understanding that particular area of council. It is incredibly complex, and there are big shoes to fill there. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Walker. Already I know that Councillor Walker is getting lots of opportunities to get out there and meet the team and see what's going on in the community with those projects, and that is a legacy that you have left, which is around ensuring that everyone here understands and has the hands-on opportunity to see what's going on. There is, I'd also say, just in terms of your approach to the business of council, I want to thank you for your diligence in being here, of the work that's gone on, not just at the council table, but engaging with members of the public, with the work that you've done to assist me as Mayor, and I just want to acknowledge that service. Councillor Copeland. Ruth, no longer councillor, so Ruth, we'll call you Ruth. How are you? And good to have you here today. And I want to acknowledge that you've, again, given 6 years of commitment as an elected representative to this community. And it is time consuming. Much of what goes on as a councillor is not seen by the public. It's hours of reading, of talking with people, of working through ideas, of working on ideas, and you certainly have brought to this table a creative spirit. I think that's important. I think it is important that we have a diversity of views at this table, and you have been extremely collegial You've taken a collaborative approach to trying to resolve issues that I absolutely respect. And I think that is a very, very important part of modern democracy, that actually in serving our communities that we respect that there is a diversity of views, that how we did something 5 years ago or 10 years ago needs to be reflected on and challenged, and we need to be future focused in what we're doing. And certainly when I think about your contribution over the last 6 years, you have served this community extremely well in taking a future focused approach to the work of council. As I said, of sitting at this table and always looking for areas where there is alignment and agreement, and trying to bring the collaborative process to this table, focusing on where we are aligned rather than where we are divergent. And that is a real skill, and it has been a significant contribution to the council. You've performed a range of roles in council over those 6 years, a real diversity in the roles that you have played, and that has been evident at the council table with the breadth of knowledge that you've been able to bring to council. I know that you are very connected in the community, both of you are, and you will continue to serve your community in a variety of ways. As I've said to all of the candidates that stood in the election, I'm interested in continuing to engage with you, to hear your views, to continue to bring things forward as members of the community who have some knowledge and experience that is valuable to those of us who are here at this table. So on behalf of the council who is here today, and acknowledging Mike Ward, who's here with us as well, I want to thank you both very much for the contribution that you have made over many, many years. It is certainly, it takes a lot out of you, I'd have to say, serving around this table. You are challenged, you are working hard. I'm not sure that anyone can really understand the role of a councillor until you've sat in these seats, because it isn't a hat that you can easily take off. And you both know that when you're out in the community, people are talking to you, they're asking for your views, they're asking for your help, whether you're at, standing in the supermarket, whether you're at the library, wherever you are, actually you are public property. And while that's a wonderful thing and it's something we embrace, it actually does get to the heart of why this is a role of service. So thank you both very much for coming in today. I do believe someone is about to appear. Someone's going to appear any moment. The Chief Executive is going to help me out. We have some small gifts to recognise your service, and I'd love to give you the opportunity to speak to Council. Something for you to the city crest is the symbol that recognises, there's a great history behind it, and I thank new Councillor Delberg for the work that he's been doing actually to understand what the crest is about. The crest acknowledges your service with your name on it to this community, and we have another gift that is there, and I'll let you open that when it suits you. But thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Thank you. And Ruth, the same to you. We have the crest for you to take away with you that acknowledges your service as well.
Fantastic.
To the community, and a gift to thank you very much. So well done.
Well done. Lovely.
And well on the ballot. Just one more one.
Wonderful. Quest. It's beautiful. What's got on it? Oh, you're very cool.
And Diane, I want to recognise you today as well, because this is just a small token to thank you for sharing Eric with us. Families, most of us know that it's we're very dependent on our families to be able to contribute to the work that we do at council. And to some extent, I think our families are the unsung heroes. And I think about the time and the commitment that Eric has given to this council. He's been able to do that because you've been an absolutely amazing, supportive wife. So thank you so much on behalf of the city. Thank you. You can stay there for a moment to speak. Now Ruth, Hooper's not here today, and I've always thought that men don't get enough flowers given to them in their life, so could you please take these flowers to give to Hoop and thank him again for his support of you and allowing you to participate and be part of the council and serve the community. So thank you for Hoop. Thank you. Now, Eric, I'll invite Eric.
Thank you. Almost 50 years ago, Diane and I got married and I started shift work. And for the last 50 years, she's put up with me being on shift work, being my secretary, being my manager. And when I was in Australia on election day, on the 8th of October, and I got a text from Diane saying, "Sorry, you've missed out." I kicked the leg on the table, said to my son who was with me, "We'll have another beer," and then enjoyed the weekend and said, I can now spend the time with my wife that she deserves, because for 50 years she's had to put up with me being away, either through my police and council at some stage. For 9 years I did both jobs together, so she only saw me as a passing shadow on sometimes. And then the last 3 years, there wouldn't have been many days that I wasn't involved in council somewhere, somehow, visiting some people and so forth. She won't miss the fact that the phone was going 4 or 5 times a night with people ringing. She won't miss the fact that I had to check my emails morning and night. And without Diane, I could not have done the job that I did. Council is a group of people who work together for the benefit of the community. And I have a couple of things that I have done that I will take away with me, and one is the equality plan. 2001 we started on that. We got it in place in 2004, and it's when I first met the mayor, who were on opposite sides of the table because we had the campaign against toxic substances, who didn't like methyl bromide, and we worked our way through that to get the equality plan for Nelson City in place and operative. So that's, I drove that as the chairman, and we received two green ribbon awards for that project. One was for our community participation and involvement with the community and getting that through, and the other was for actually reducing our air pollution in Airsheds A and B to the extent where you can see from one end of Franklin Street to the other now, because you couldn't. In 2001, you couldn't stand on Waimea Road and see the lights, the street lights in Vanguard Street. Just weren't there. Now you can, and I take a lot of satisfaction from that. And then the setting up and being the first chair of the Biodiversity Forum. That's another thing that's making this city what it is. And a couple of the big projects that I have enjoyed seeing, and squeaky wheel was the safeguard of our water supply. Because in my mind, the most serious risk we had in this council over the past few years was the fact that we had a water main from the dam to the treatment plant that was subject to storm damage. We lost the main line for some weeks, and we then made the commitment to actually get the duplicate pipeline in. And now underway is the duplicate pipeline from the treatment plant to the city, and I'm very happy to have been involved in getting those things through. And I'd like to thank the councillors who are sitting around this table now, and the councillors for the previous 9 years that I was on council for their support and workmanship and making this good. I wrote to the editor and said, I'm retiring from public life. I'm had enough. The odd occasion when residents don't appreciate what you do and they get on the end of a keyboard and write a shitty email to you, and I'd say that word quite openly, where they are insulting, obnoxious, and think that they are the only one in this city when there's 49,000 others who deserve your attention as well. So I'm not going to miss that. And it's unfortunate, but that's part of life, and it's part of your job as councillors to put up with it. So I'm not going to miss that. But what I'm trying to get at is I've been asked by 2 organisations to become board members for them. One is in relation to the elderly and one is in relation to the disabled persons of the city. And I have been involved in 2 other aspects. One is the review of the National Strategy for Disabilities. And yeah, so that's going to, I've said I'm not going to do anything this year. We'll be waiting till next year whether I continue or whether I accept those positions. But I believe that the disabled are becoming a big force. 1 in 4 persons in New Zealand, according to Department of Statistics, are disabled in some way. And also this city has another problem, and that is that 26% of the population is going to be over the age of 65 in another few years. So therefore you have 51% of your population have to be considered as being a little different to the other 49%, but all must be accounted to. That's it, I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. It's good to reflect on some of those major contributions and changes that have gone over several decades, and I think it's right to think about the work of the air plan. There were many councils that didn't embark on that process. You led that process, and we have got much, much cleaner air as a result. And I do think also about the work that the Biodiversity Forum and what you've done in that area and what that's now enabled us to do. And we just received a River Award for the work around the Maitai River, and that really is built on the back of decades of work now with the Biodiversity Forum and engaging the community in environmental projects. So thank you. Ruth.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. And I have to thank iCalendar for its timely reminder of the valedictory this morning. I had intended to put something to paper last night, but of course I got caught up in the elections. Stayed riveted to the tally or to the computer, and like all of us was sort of shocked at the results that have been delivered up in the US of A. So my apologies for not having anything too concrete written down, but just in my 5 minutes reflection on what I wanted to say is firstly I'd like to thank you, Rachel, for initiating this opportunity to come back in here. Like you say, it's quite unusual after an election to actually have the opportunity to come back in, see your beloved colleagues, and also for an opportunity to thank all the staff that we've worked with, or I've worked with over the last 6 years. So very many thanks to you all, and particularly pleased at this opportunity to be able to come back in. So thank you very much. I guess reflecting on my contribution to the Nelson City Council and what I've got out of the process myself of being engaged at this level of governance is I've actually changed tremendously during these 6 years, from somebody who was involved in parties and events to someone who has a albeit basic grip of governance and the role of governance. Also, one of the major things that I've learned myself on a personal level is actually how to be in this forum actually of politics. It's a very, very interesting extrapolation of human nature, and with all of the projects that we hold so dearly and we strategize over and we go so boldly forward to hopefully achieve, the best laid plans of mice and men often go astray, as we know. And so for me, it's been as much a personal learning curve in terms of letting go of the attachment to the outcome. So therefore being nimble, being flexible, and being able to pick up the pieces of what you have left over, but to continue forward with the vision that you have. And so for me, that's been my biggest learning. And I hope I've made some contribution to the Nelson City Council as well, like you said, Rachel, and looking always for that collaborative approach and trying to find a way forward in that area. Yeah, so the US elections really have shown us what's become of Western society, some of the values we hold, but I think more importantly of the people that have been left behind and disenfranchised by a political system that values money over people. And to a certain degree here in New Zealand we have very similar issues. Although our GDP is racing along like a racing car, there's a huge proportion of New Zealand, unheard of proportion of New Zealand that have been left behind. We sort of have the earners who are, you know, around the minimum wage, many of them, and we have the owners, and those are the owners of property and the likes, including myself. So we've come to this position in New Zealand of having an untenable situation going forward. I feel very strongly about this, and that we are really ready to embark on a new era of nation building, New Zealand actually. So, and that will have to be done with similar skills that we learn in here, which is a change from the polarisation model, which pits them against us, often leading to political divide, which fails to take the opportunity of collaborative thinking. And I think in the coming years we're actually going to see the need for that more and more, actually how we're going to approach the massive issues we have, like I alluded to, with unemployment and social dislocation, but also climate change and environmental degradation. And we've just, in New Zealand, we're just seeing this now. You know, we're behind the world, we're 15 years behind, 20 years behind. So I'm very proud of the work of Nelson Nature. I'm very proud of the work of the Mahi Tahi project, and that we are actually addressing environmental issues here in Nelson. We have a long way to go. I would encourage all you new councillors to really get behind Nelson 2060. The flesh needs to be put on the bones according to that strategy. That work is being rolled out now, and I'm sure will continue under the guidance of Rachel. But you know, so I've always said this in council, and it's always seemed perhaps a little bit out there for the arena of the Nelson City Council running the infrastructure of the city. But I firmly believe that the planet is on the verge of a major reshuffle. I've known it for very many years. It's something you just know when you know, and you can see the writings on the wall in many areas. And so I'm very excited by the opportunities that are provided through this shift. And you know, it's about finding new systems of government actually, and I'm looking also for inspiration to our Māori brothers and sisters in terms of helping us show the way forward as to how we can do this governance role in a much more fruitful way. Also, leaning on the words of the Dalai Lama, I've spoke them in this arena before, but he said that the future is in the hands of the Western woman, and I firmly believe he's right. The Western woman naturally nurtures the values of social justice, and those are the values which the world is crying out for at this time in history. So as a woman, I'm absolutely delighted to be stepping up in terms of the Labour Party. It's no secret that that's what I've got my eye on. I've got my eye on Wellington. I want to go in there, and I want to be part of this new breed of 50-somethings who've had a very vast experience of life, business, but also have a personal understanding and tendency, as many of us do, towards the values of kindness and forgiveness, which are going to play more and more of a role as we go forward. And I just think we just need to reshuffle. It's no mean feat, and I'm really looking forward to that process. So I don't think I'll go on and on and on more about those values, but you know, I really hope that as a council you honour each other, and you really look after the women in here, make sure that their voices are heard loudly and clearly, and that you listen with both ears, because you're thin on the ground, three of you in here, and really you've got a lot to carry. And be kind to the men as well, because they're trying to find their way. and they need us very much so, and don't believe they don't, because without us women holding the ground, the men would be just flapping in the wind, as you said, Eric, earlier. So on that cheerful note, good luck to you all, and I know that the city is in good hands with this bunch of amazing people that have been elected here, and yeah, just always bring it back to personal values, because it is actually all about the personal in the end. So yeah, thanks very much for the opportunity, and bless you all. And I'm so sad to let go of the relationships in here, because you all, each one of you, have really meant a lot to me, and you've really supported me through this journey so far. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Eric. And I want to, and thank you, Diane, and I want to acknowledge, we'll break for morning tea and chance for everyone to have a chat to Ruth and to Eric and to Diane. Pete Rainier was unable to be at this meeting today. He wasn't available, so we will acknowledge his and thank him separately from today. But I'll break for morning tea, and we'll break for, say, 15 minutes for morning tea. All right, we'll resume the meeting. Ask you to take your seats. Now, when we broke for morning tea, we just finished with item 7. We had left to lie on the table the Administrative Matters Report, item 10, so I'll just come back to that matter now and invite Ms Langley to join the table in response to the question around advice on recording property ownership in the interest register. Ms Langley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So if I could just recap, the question was what advice we have up to this point provided around declaration of property, correct? So that's just what you were saying.
The question I had for you before morning tea, flagged by Councillor Laurie, was firstly, have we been given advice previously? And you said yes, we had. And then I've said, well, what was that advice? You said it was based on the Auditor General advice, but you didn't recall what that was. So now we just need to know what that was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the advice that has been provided so far, even just this triennium, to all of the elected members is a single summary page about interests in general, and with some instructions about how to fill out the form required and that kind of stuff. So that was provided as part of the councillor's induction in both a booklet and in a single leaf format. And access was also given to the 2 reasonably serious sized documents from the Office of the Auditor General around managing conflicts of interest, and one of them is a guidance document for public entities, and the other one is in specific relation to the Members' Interests Act. So all of that advice has been provided, specifically in terms of what's in there about properties. So one of the things, there's a list in one of the documents that that sort of says things that you might like to think about that could be an interest, and one of the things on that list is the ownership of owning or occupying a piece of land. So that's one of the potentials. And then there's also advice about considering whether any of those things that might be an interest would be an interest greater than the average member of the public. So I think that, in essence, covers off why some ownership is declared and some isn't. And the only other thing in terms of the content of the advice provided, there is an amount of case law and also case studies on when, the impacts of declaring or not declaring, in particular reference to land or property ownership.
So perhaps if I could just test that a little bit. In essence, would owning of property be considered to be an interest that we had in common with the owning or renting property would be an interest that we would have in common with other residents in Nelson in the first instance? So the fact of owning property, is there anything that would be, that's something held in general with the public?
That depends. So it depends on the situation, it depends on the property, it depends on the elected member, it depends on the location of the property, it depends on the business in front of council.
But that's the situational. So I'm just looking at this in the context of the ownership of property would be something that was fairly common among the residents of Nelson, but there might be a matter in front of council where the ownership of that property creates a linkage between the matter before council. So as an example, if there was a forestry logging exercise that was about to occur when a council was about to log forests behind my house, I think I would have an interest greater than that of the general public. So I would therefore feel that I had an obligation to withdraw from those discussions. However, if it was a matter with regard to general air quality matters across Nelson as a whole, then I don't think I would feel that I had an interest greater than that of the general public. As an example, when we've gone through the air quality plan, we haven't asked those councillors who are in air sheds where we're dealing with air plan rules to remove themselves from the discussion. So I guess you're nodding away yes. Am I reading that reasonably, in a reasonable way?
I don't disagree with the examples you've provided.
Okay. So therefore, in terms of the interest register, the guidance, there's no specific guidance that you must declare property ownership, but there would be, if, as I understand it, a requirement if a matter was before council where you had a property that was in the vicinity of or impacted by in some way a matter before council, then you should declare that in relation to that matter. Would that be a reasonable way to approach the issue?
I am inclined to agree with that. The only thing I would say is that there is no declaration that you must declare your property ownership, but there is guidance indicating that you should consider whether you should or not.
Thank you. Given our legal counsel is in the room, I'm actually going to ask, and Ms McLeod gave us some discussion on this at our induction. I'm actually going to invite Ms McLeod to come to the table just in case there are any follow-up questions, so just in case we cross over that legal step. So if I can invite Ms McLeod to join the table as well. I'm sure we can pop another chair in there. I just think it is really important that we get this issue of members' interests really well understood, so I'm happy to spend a bit of time on this. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, and thank you for that. The question that comes to my mind is that being on council, you don't know what issues are going to be coming down the pipe, and so you might be able to withdraw from a debate or decision when an issue arises that affects the area in which you live. But it seems to me that it's a lot more upfront and transparent to actually declare what your largest financial holding is from the get-go. That way, whatever comes up is something that people can see there's an issue. I think it's strange that that we don't do that, just as a matter of course.
Well, I think there's some assumptions in that it's the largest financial holding, which may not be the case for members, but it's an assumption. But I guess the question here is, Mr. Cloud, is there any guidance that is there anything here that would indicate the best practice is declare all land ownership interests? Because I suppose we then get into the issue of what else might we disclose just in case.
Well, the guidance is, as Penny or Ms Langley's gone over, which is there is the specific example given of where you own or occupy land might be a type of interest that you would declare. The cautious approach would be to declare the property that you own or the properties that you own up front. But in some circumstances, that will just be an interest that you do have in common with ratepayers of Nelson. But there will be other circumstances, as the Mayor described, where the issue that is before the council affects you in a way that is materially different to other ratepayers. And in that instance, yes, you certainly do need to declare that interest and remove yourself from the discussions.
Thank you. So cautious approaches declare. Some of us do. Some of us, I take a particularly cautious approach, and things might look quite odd in my interest register, but I go, well, here's the full disclosure as best as I can. But it's up to the individual members as to what you do and don't disclose on your interest register. That is your responsibility to manage that. I prefer, my personal preference is the cautious approach. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, yes, and I concur with that view. My rule is it something that is greater than the public at large? Take a precautionary and a prudent approach, because I know that in the past, in the 1970s, a sitting Nelson City Councillor was ousted because of a property matter which was not declared. So it can be very serious.
So what I think from this discussion is we're going to have a further discussion around matters in relation to how we operate as a council. So I think that might be one of the things that we have a council discussion around, noting that ultimately there is nothing to compel you as members to disclose. It is your responsibility to manage your interests. I'll take a few more questions, and I do want to wrap up. Councillor Dalberg, Councillor Skinner, Councillor Fulton.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The question I would ask was there something specifically relating to trusts and holding stuff in trust?
I'm not aware off the top of my head, but Ms Langley has the...
So through the chair, yes. The list I was referring to, that's essentially a list that says you might want to think about these things as being interests. One of them is owning a beneficial interest in a trust is one of them. It's quite a long list. And then there is also an item that says holding another public office. So if you were that way involved in a trust, you would need to think about it as well.
The other question was significant holding seemed to be another part. Like the average public might have one house, but if you own the whole developer in town, you're developing stuff, that would lead you to another dimension, which from a best practice point of view, I think the comment here is that all our jobs here is that one of our roles is to raise the bar about us being transparent, and I think I'm in full agreement with the Mayor here that transparency solves a lot of problems later on, also makes us look a better governance issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton, I think it was Councillor Fulton, then Councillor Skinner.
I guess it's quite good to have this conversation, and I don't know if we've actually had a conversation like this in such detail before. The bit I'm a little bit concerned about is that I've had the impression that because I've owned a house and a lot of ratepayers in Nelson own a house, that hasn't had to go on be declared on the conflicts register unless my house was suddenly subject to something which was happening very close to that vicinity. So I guess I'm slightly concerned that we're getting the advice is quite grey for me. It feels like we could put it on or we don't, but we don't have to put it on, and that concerns me slightly because I think it would be better as a council to say, okay, the best practice is for us all to put our houses down, or have something saying you don't need to, because it's slightly grey for me still.
Much of the law that we work with is not black and white. It has great big areas of grey, and especially when it comes to individual discretion. But I think what we've heard is that the cautious approach is to put down and record the ownership, and that's certainly in the list in the OAG's advice. So I don't know if the officers have anything further to add in relation to that. I think we've probably heard what you've got to say. I've got Councillor Skinner, then Councillor Ackland, and then we'll conclude this matter.
Well, at first I thought it was a bit of an odd question for the councillor to ask, because in the past majority of councillors haven't listed the house they live or occupy or own, as it's a fairly similar to many other residents. So I'm just sort of flagging, is the councillor having an issue with the interests that have been listed or not interested? Because the councillor's question was, why have some councillors have and have not listed a house? So I'm just trying to read into, is there more of a motive?
I'm not taking questions to councillors. That's not comments. The issue's been raised. Your opportunity is to. Are there any questions that you have of the officer, Councillor Skinner?
My question would be: has in the past have a majority of councillors listed the house that they live or occupy?
Ms. Langley, do you recall?
Again, off the top of my head, I can't 100% recall. I know there has been, in the most recent times, a mixture of both. Some have, some haven't. I couldn't give you numbers on that.
Right. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, just through you, Ms. McLeod, so can you tell me whether I'm right or not, is my question. Because I could be wrong, but I just want clarification. It seems to me that we might be slightly missing the point, which is just that there's a black and white obligation always to declare an interest. What's less clear is when you declare that interest. Do you declare that interest at the time that the conflict exists, or do you take a cautious approach and declare that interest from the outset in a register? Is that what the issue is? It's not about the black and white needing to declare the interest, because that is black and white, but the timing of the declaring of that interest.
So Under the Members' Interests Act, their legal obligation to declare a pecuniary interest kicks in at the time that the interest is affected by a matter that's before council, actually affected. So that's when their legal obligation under the Members' Interest Act kicks in.
And this register?
That's a practice, and it's a way of managing potential conflicts of interest. There's no law that's saying that it would be unlawful for a member not to declare on the register that they owned a property.
Perfect. So, and just to round that off, so it's Councillor Dalberg's point as well, isn't it? And the Mayor's point about being transparent is in fact to get in early and just declare everything so that you don't have to come to the point of declaring it at the time. It's already there, having been declared. And you can just simply step away if the issue comes.
Yeah, I've said that would be the cautious approach.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so I think we've had enough on this. My preference is, I can tell you my preference is that you do declare. I'd have to say that right now, that my preference is that from my perspective, in terms of managing the matters that come before council, and from the officer's point of view of just being alert to issues that they should have that discussion with you about, it is preferable that they, and my preference is that it's declared. Now, it's up to you as to whether you do or you don't, and as we've just discussed, the Act says it's at the point that it becomes an issue, essentially a matter is there that relates to the interest. But the purpose to me of having the interest register is to make sure we've all done this up front, and so that we don't have to, we've actually got it there, it is available to the public, it is available to the officers, and so when we're bringing reports forward, they can just be thinking about, are there any issues here that I should draw to the attention of the member to be mindful of? I'm going to conclude now, Councillor Skinner. You've got a final question or a comment? And then we need to move to the matter that still needs to be resolved.
Should I be declaring the car or cars or what chickens or books I own? I don't agree with the sentiment. We've all either rent or own a house. We all rent or own a car. I don't. I think it's trivial.
Well, I think we've seen the guidance for the OAG. Cautious approach is to declare. You cannot be compelled to declare. We've got a recommendation in the report. Thank you both very much. We've got a recommendation in the report that actually relates to the broadband initiative, so we still haven't dealt with that, just so that we could leave this matter open to address the members' interests register. So we've got a recommendation to approve a sum of $15,000 for the rural broadband initiative. Does someone wish to move that? Moved by Councillor Dalberg. Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any further questions on that matter? I think we've concluded questions. Any debate in relation to that matter? In that case, I will put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So that now concludes the Administrative Matters Report, and we'll move on now to item 9 on the agenda, the Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan, pages 26 through 48, and I will invite the officers or the officer or officers who are going to present this report. Welcome, Mr. Ward and Mr. Laverdis. And we have a report in front of us. Are there any corrections or additions that need to be made to the report?
Through the chair, there are not, no.
No question. No, right, thank you very much. Now, we've got the report. I have signalled to the officers that I have a series of questions, and with Council's indulgence, I'd like to put my questions first, if that is all right. So I have read the background material, and I understand the issues that are in front of us today, that they relate to the hearing panel and the 3 matters that they were considering, which is in relation to an area of fee simple land, a road stopping matter, and then a change of reserve status from recreation reserve to local purposes reserve. But there is some context around this that I want to be quite clear about and to make sure I understand it fully. So my first question relates to the activities that can be undertaken, and activities may not be the right word, but hopefully we can work our way through this, that can be undertaken if an area is classed as recreation reserve as opposed to local purposes reserve. And in the context of the reserve management plan, are there some matters that are contemplated within that wider plan that could not be undertaken if the classification was to remain as recreation reserve?
Madam Mayor, once land is, once there is a management plan that is approved for land, any activities have to comply with that management plan. So regardless of whether it was classified as recreation reserve or local purpose reserve. In terms of a difference between, well, and also any land has to be administered in accordance with the purposes for which it's classified. And there are different purposes for recreation reserves and local purpose reserves. There are also some different provisions such as leasing provisions. So for a recreation reserve, the leasing provisions are more restrictive than they are for a local purpose reserve. For a recreation reserve, a lease does have to be associated with or necessary for the use or enjoyment of the reserve.
Okay.
So there is that restriction. Public notification isn't required if the proposed lease is in conformity with or contemplated by the management plan.
Okay.
For a local purpose reserve, the leasing provisions are broader. The council has the leasing powers of a body under the Public Bodies Leases Act. No public notifications required of a lease, but if there's a management plan in place, any lease would need to comply with the management plan.
All right, so in the context of what we're talking about here, we had, and I apologies for taking a little bit of time about this, but there are some matters to create the context for me to help me with my decision making today. And I'm hoping that these questions are going to be helpful for other members of council. In terms of the draft reserve management plan, and that was not part of this process, but that was part of a previous process. It was promulgated on the basis of the status of the reserve being recreation. There are a range of activities that were included in that were purported to be consistent with the reserve status of recreation. And I would talk specifically about what was called residential camping, which was then later given another term, and after submissions it was given another term of, essentially an area, and I'm going to look to the councillors who may be able to recall, of the officers, was it given a different term? But essentially when I'm talking residential camping, I'm talking something where people are going to be able to be semi-permanent or remain there. And it also contemplated activities in relation to, or an area occupied or leased to the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary for purposes for the reserve alongside. Were both of those things actually able or consistent, I should say, were they consistent with the classification of recreation reserve? Would they be out of step with the Act or
the residential or the camping, permanent occupation, the legal issues with that are under a different piece of legislation. I can't remember exactly what the name of that is right now, Campground Act. Camping can happen in a recreation reserve. Okay. There is provision there for the council to grant a lease for the purposes of a campground. But as I've said, there are other regulations that apply when people are starting to permanently occupy a space. The Department of Conservation made a submission as a part of the reserve management plan consultation process and said, for the range of uses and activities that you're contemplating for this land, local purpose reserve would be a more appropriate classification than recreation reserve. And I think that there was part of what drove that was a question around, for example, an education facility associated with the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary. To grant a lease for that facility on the recreation reserve could arguably fall foul of a requirement under the Reserves Act for recreation reserves that any lease be for the use and enjoyment of that reserve, because this facility would actually be associated with the adjoining reserve area, which is the sanctuary. So it's not black and white that the council could not have granted a lease for that purpose, but the local purpose reserve classification would be a more appropriate classification to enable that to happen.
All right, this might be a question for the officers. So in my reading of the draft reserve management plan, what I read was that the activities that ended up in the version that came back to council, what was in the draft was deemed to be an appropriate match for a recreation reserve. It was all promulgated on the basis that those were things in terms of the vision and what we wanted to do and the relationship with the Brook and education centres and the potential for there to be some permanency to some of the camping, that was all consistent and appropriately matched with a recreation reserve. And that's as I understood it from reading it, and I just want to make sure that I'm not out of step in terms of my assumptions that was sitting there.
That's correct, yes.
And what I'm hearing now from Ms McLeod is that in fact, if you were going to pick an aspect, or if you were going to look at the Reserves Act and try and align the activities that were in the draft plan, that actually that wasn't the ideal match. That actually the reserve status, the recreation status, created some real challenges for some of those activities that we're talking about in terms of potential for public notification, for issues here in terms of where we might go with ascribing the leases and other matters in here, that it would have been a more complex environment, potentially one that would have required public notification. Am I right in that? If it had remained as recreation reserve, so it had come back to council and it had remained as recreation reserve, was there potential or the likelihood that actually some of these activities that we were contemplating would have had to have been publicly notified?
If the activities are contemplated by the management plan, a management plan that's been adopted by the council, then there isn't a requirement for public notification.
So the management plan overrides the Reserves Act requirements?
The Reserves Act specifically provides, in relation to recreation reserves, that the administering body can grant a lease without public notification if the activity is contemplated by your management plan. It would have to be specifically contemplated.
All right, so there's no particular, so then in terms of the gain, this is what I'm trying to establish, what is the gain then from going to local purposes reserve? So if the reserve management plan overrides the Reserve Act provisions, as long as you've actually talked about it in the reserve plan, which we did, so they're all there, what's to be gained?
Yeah, I mean, the reserve management plan is that important document, but I guess the only other issue is that a lease for a recreation reserve can only be granted if it's associated with or necessary for the use or enjoyment of the reserve. So that's where there remains a question mark if what you want to do is grant a lease to service or be associated with an activity in an adjoining area, a separate reserve.
So in that case, what council had contemplated, which was to be able to grant leases for adjoining land, so it was an associated, exactly that scenario was contemplated, would have, that situation has some challenges with recreation status.
Yes.
Right. So when we had the draft plan, that was not, as I recall, highlighted to us or the public. And I want to be sure if I've got this right or not. I'm sorry to council to spend some time on this, but this is a matter, and the reason I am spending some time is that as the chair of this meeting, I have not been able to hear from members of the public and public forum today because we are essentially still in a statutory process. And that puts a much higher test on us sitting at this table to make sure we get this right.
So through the Mayor, I think given the information we had at each stage in the process, the information that was presented to Council was the correct information at that time. I think I would draw the Council's attention to the fact that there's a two-stage process here. One is around the existing Recreation Reserve Management Plan, which is an area within the overall reserve. The majority of the land is fee simple, and so part of the Reserve Management Plan, draft Reserve Management Plan process was seeking feedback from the community on changing the status of that land and managing the entire area as one unit. So if it was contemplated that within the land that would be covered by the Reserve Management Plan, that the activities would fit with the recreation reserve status when we went out with the draft plan.
But Mr. Ward, what I'm hearing from Ms. McLeod is that in fact it would have created a real dilemma moving forward. That it, in fact, because we've got an associated activity on another reserve that we actually want to provide for. Part of what we were trying to achieve here is some cohesion between the Brook Sanctuary and this reserve, and to be able to operate those in a cohesive manner. And what I'm hearing is that as the draft was prepared, promulgated throughout the document on the basis of being recreation reserve, that was in there, that actually that in itself would have created an ongoing issue in relation to the leases that we would want to have and we talked about wanting to establish. And my view as a member of the council of the time is that that certainly wasn't something that I was aware of. And I guess what I'm asking you is given what council was trying to achieve, would it have been clearer for the public if we had gone out with the draft plan to look at it becoming a local purposes reserve, that actually that at that time would have given a clearer signal to the public about our intent?
So through the Mayor, I think it's with the information that was provided in the doc submission to the draft reserve management plan that was at that point that would have that suggested that a local purpose reserve would have better suited the classification that had been identified by the community as the vision for the space. So I go back to the purpose of the pre-consultation on the reserve management plan and the draft management plan consultation itself was to ensure that we had the vision for the space correct and identified, that the community had some broad agreement on what we were trying to achieve for that reserve. And when we put the draft reserve management plan out, we did believe that recreation reserve was appropriate for a classification for that.
Okay, I'm going to have one more go at this question, then I'm going to ask councillors too. Sorry to be so repetitive. But at the time, we put out a draft, and my understanding is that when we put out the draft, we contemplated, and it was promulgated within that plan, the relationship with the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary, and the potential and the desire, in fact, to have activities within this reserve with that was associated with the reserve next door on the land, not in our that we had a reserve activity going on next door, and we were prepared and willing and wanted to provide for within this reserve those activities, which what I'm hearing is under the recreation reserves classification would have required a different leasing arrangement than it does under the local purposes reserve. So what I'm trying to establish is what changed through the submissions process. Did some activity come into the through the hearings process? Is there some activity that was associated with the Brook Sanctuary? Did that come in something new, or was it already always there at the start when we contemplated it, when we sent the draft out? My view is it was always there when we started, but I might be wrong, that through the submissions process some new activity came in that hadn't been contemplated. And that's what I'm trying to clarify.
So through the Mayor, I don't believe, and I stand to be corrected by the members of the hearing panel, but I don't believe there was new activity. But we did believe that the activity that had been proposed was consistent with the recreation reserve, the status as a recreation reserve.
Ms. McLeod, help me out here.
I mean, I wasn't involved in the earlier stages of the process, but to be fair to the staff that were involved, this issue that we've been discussing around leasing under the Reserves Act and how you interpret those provisions, it's not black and white. You could argue potentially either way on whether or not the council could grant any particular lease. So it's an issue, I think, that sort of was crystallised more following the DOC submission, and it's a question of what's more appropriate as a classification. It's not a black and white legal issue of the council could not legally have granted that lease for that use.
No, but from what I'm hearing from you, there might have been a fairly heavy lean towards some public notification around that, if it's remained as recreation reserve.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
There could have been a broader
So one last question, just in relation to the differences in the Act between the local purposes reserve, and the Reserves Act's not one I know particularly well, and the recreation reserve. The recreation reserve has some fairly weighty wording around freedom of entry and access to the reserve, public access. Are there differences in terms of public access between the recreation reserve wording and the local purposes reserve wording? Is the public in any way's right of freedom of access diminished under local purposes from what it would be if it was recreation reserve?
So yes, the recreation reserve provisions do emphasise freedom of entry and access. There isn't anything in the local purpose reserve provisions that restricts, on the face of it, freedom of access or entry. It's really dependent on whether or not a lease granting exclusive occupation to another party has been granted or not.
The follow-up question is, would the recreation reserve status contemplate, would that be a consistent status should you wish to lease an area for exclusively to another party? So can you, within a recreation reserve, reasonably lease an exclusive area?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's something, so in either circumstance those things can happen.
That's right, and in either circumstance any lease needs to be in conformity with your management plan.
Management plan, okay, all right. Councillors, that's a few questions from me. I'll let those muddle around for a little bit. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is very interesting. So I've been listening this morning, and I need to be corrected if my understanding is wrong. If there is a management plan under either recreation reserve or local purpose, can that seem to be the important document? Is that correct to start with?
through the chair, the management plan is a very important document because your administration of the reserve has to be in conformity with it, and that's a high legal obligation. But at the same time, you do have to comply with all of the other provisions of the Reserves Act as well.
So my question, Madam Mayor, would be that whichever way we ended up with, whether it was recreation reserve or local purpose reserve, can the management plan address any issues that would be of concern to anybody? Like the leases, like how it's used, like access.
Yes.
And the activities. So if the management plan is right, then either option should work.
If the management plan does set the benchmark for the types of activities and uses or leases that can be granted, so the way that you administer the reserve does have to be in conformity with your management plan. There will potentially be instances where it is other provisions of the Reserves Act that are putting in place requirements. So, to give an example, if as the council or the administering body is proposing to grant a lease for an activity that's not contemplated in your management plan, if it is a recreation reserve, then you have to give public notification. If it is local purpose reserve, under the requirements of the Reserves Act, you don't necessarily have to give public notification. It wouldn't stop you from consulting on that if you wanted to.
But you could, under the management plan, require that all leases are actually notified?
Yes. Yep.
Councillor Ackland? No. Any further questions? Councillor Dalberg, then Councillor Fulton.
Through you, Madam Chair. My question relates to page 42, 3.2.3, which seems to be the summary of what we're discussing there. And looks like we made a conscious decision to select one choice, though we did consider the idea of it making a local purpose reserve, recreation bracket. So my question is, so if I'm looking at an outside person thinking you did your due diligence and you come up with a call and now we're looking to change back on it, my question is, are we likely to get any challenges from external parties not being happy about what we're contemplating doing with leases? Because it says in here, which I kind of noticed, is in order to provide more flexible and supporting activities in neighbouring land. That seems to be the crux of why you have one versus the other. And so now we've said we're going to go to the option 1. Gee, we think option 2 now is better for us, but you had the discussion on option 1. I'm kind of thinking there could be some people a wee bit upset, and I'm kind of thinking, where does that leave us as councillors with people out there objecting or actions or whatever happens when someone wants to consult? Thanks. Is that a challenge for us?
Yes, there is some risk of legal challenge. I mean, that's the case with lots of decisions before council. And to get in, you have to separate out the different processes. There's a reserve management planning process, and that a decision to finally approve the reserve management plan isn't before the council today. So the decisions that are before the council today are to do with the reclassification of rec reserve land to local purpose, the classification of some freehold land as local purpose, and road stopping. So to sort of assess how much risk there is of legal challenge. The council has to be satisfied that correct process has been followed. In this instance, one of the submitters, the Brook Valley Community Group, have expressed concern that the council decision making has effectively been predetermined because of the reserve management plan process. So you need to be satisfied that in making the decision, that the decision makers approach it with an open mind and that they listen to submissions on their merits and have regard to the reserve management plan process, but do not allow it to predetermine the outcome. And in this instance, there may also be a question because council, I think that the council has met the strict requirements of the Reserves Act in terms of the processes it's followed, but council always has that overlay of Local Government Act decision-making requirements as well and principles of consultation. So another thing to be satisfied on is that the public and the submitters had adequate information about what was being proposed so that they could meaningfully participate in that submission process.
Further questions?
A supplementary question. So my question, so I'm understanding now, if we approve these recommendations, people can submit again on our changes, or do they not have another consultation?
If you approve the resolutions today on the change of classification and the classification of the freehold land, that's your final decision on those matters. So that would not be revisited. There wouldn't be an opportunity to then reconsult on that land becoming local purpose reserve. For the road stopping, if you resolve to disallow the objections to the road stopping, there's a different statutory process, and that matter then gets referred to the Environment Court. The Environment Court can go through a further hearing and submission process, so it's a further contestable process, and then the Environment Court makes the final decision on whether to stop that road or not. And then, if the council wants to then make the road part of the surrounding local purpose reserve, it needs to go through a further public notification process on its intention to classify that land as local purpose reserve. But that's just the road.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Councillor Fulton.
I have a couple of follow-on questions from some of the questions Councillor Noonan asked around the management plans. So if all of the land becomes local purpose reserve land, into the future could the management plan lapse? Like, is there a requirement to have a management plan?
Don't think that management plans have any specified, well, they don't have a specified term under the Act, and the obligation is to keep a management plan under continuous review. So you need to be reviewing your management plan and keeping it up to date.
But a recreation reserve status requires a management plan to exist?
Yes.
Whereas a local purpose reserves land doesn't have the same requirement?
No, so a management plan isn't required for a local purpose reserve, but the council can choose to have a management plan for a local purpose reserve, and if it does, then it is required to administer the reserve in conformity with that management plan.
Yes, but at some point in time into the future, could that management plan lapse and no longer, could a council decide that it would no longer have a management plan for a local purpose reserve piece of land?
Yes, it could. I don't know if the management plan is currently proposed to have a term.
No, but I think council could always decide not to have a management plan in the future, but the current policy, as with many of our non-gazetted reserves, is that the most efficient and effective way under the Local Government Act for managing our reserves is to have a management plan in place. Hence, we've got Rutherford and Trafalgar Park. You know, we have the current. Our thinking is that we should have management plans, whether they're gazetted or not, to cover our reserves.
Okay. And a subsequent question is, in terms of the leasing, if there was no management plan, there would also be no requirement to consult over future leases. So let's say we ended up in a scenario where there wasn't a management plan, council could also then choose to do leases without publicly consulting.
Through the chair, are you asking the question in the context of if the land's local purpose reserve?
Yeah.
So there's no requirement under the Reserves Act to publicly notify leases in respect of local purpose reserves.
Okay.
Further question?
I have a couple more questions.
Right, can I? But
Mr.
council
Ward?
would, under the Local Government Act, have to turn its mind to what consultation would be required, given.
Okay. Okay.
So it's our significance and engagement policy.
And I have a couple of subsequent questions following on from the Mayor's questions. So the Mayor asked a question around camping and youth, around permanent camping, and you said that there was another set of rules around permanence. And do those regulations for camping also apply to local purpose reserve land or recreation reserve land? So no matter what the land status, those requirements still apply?
Yes.
Okay, so the issue of how long campers can stay, like how permanent semi-permanence can be, is not dependent on whether the land is local purpose reserve land or recreation reserve land. That's another issue.
Yes.
Okay. And I have a question around the brook, around the other part, the small part around the brook sanctuary. I understand that that's recreation reserve land, and I just wanted to clarify if that is recreation reserve land currently.
Through the chair, I don't know. I'd have to check that up.
That would be quite helpful, because one of the arguments for the land is that all of the land should become the same, have the same status, and I think that part of the minutes, and it'd be quite good to get a copy of that, part of the minutes of the last hearing, which Councillor Noonan and Councillor Matheson sat on, and that it says that part of the brook lease is on recreation reserve land. So if you could clarify that for me, and if I could please get a copy of those minutes. I think the Mayor has a copy, but a copy of the previous hearings minutes.
Councillor Fulton, I just want to be clear about the question. So your question is, there's another parcel of land that adjoins this land that we're discussing today,
Which
and you'd like to know the status of that, as it's reserve land, we believe, and you want to know what classification it has, whether it's recreation reserve or whether it's local purposes reserve.
Or whether it's, no, I understand that the land leased by the Brook Sanctuary is in two parcels. Some of it is recreation reserve, and that's a small piece attached to the recreation reserve land which we're looking at today.
Right.
And then there's a greater piece of land which I think is recreation something wildlife, which Alec alluded to.
Wildlife sanctuary, through the chair.
Yes,
All
but
right.
I think that there is two pieces.
Two parcels?
Two parcels, and I'd like to have some clarity around that.
So I just need to, can I just get some clarification? But would that parcel that you're seeking information on be the subject of this reserve management plan, or is it outside it?
It's outside of it, but one of the arguments for this reserve management plan is that all of the land should end up with the same status to make things easier. And if in fact the little piece attached to this reserve management plan is recreation reserve land, then we end up with a scenario with land still not having the same status. Because I thought one of the intentions of this plan was that it all ends up with the same status.
Well, I think it can only relate to the area covered by the reserve management plan. So if it's outside that area, that's not something that is the subject matter of this reserve management plan. Or if it's not, what happens next door is not controlled by the reserve management plan. So I'm not sure that that gets us any further ahead. All of the context that I can see in relation to this matter relates to the land covered by this reserve management plan. It's not looking at then what's happening on any adjoining land.
Okay, it would be helpful to see the last hearing minutes does discuss that in terms of that relationship with the adjoining piece of land. So that's why, if I can get a copy of the last minutes, that would be helpful. Pretty sure.
Right,
it
we'll
does.
keep moving along, and I'll see if I can
I've
find
got-
some reference to that. But I'll keep going. Any further questions now, or will I go to Councillor Skinner? I can come back to you.
Oh, yes, I do have a question around when the June 2015 draft went out to the community, there were 2 visions put in it, and my understanding is that the vision which has ended up in the October RMP was a merger of the 2 visions, and I just wanted to be double sure that there was nothing else included into that merger, or whether from the consultation process.
That's correct. If you remember, through the Mayor, the Council had the final say on the vision statement, and the wording that is in the approved in principle draft reserve management plan is that agreed by Council.
So the vision by the community, which we've ended up with, was a merger of the 2 visions which we put out to the community, and we consulted with the community over those 2 visions, but in all of that process we had painted a picture that all of the land would become recreation reserve land as part of those 2 visions.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question to Mrs. McLeod in regards to consultation with the public. What I'd ask is your advice on, is asking for objections to a proposed plan, can that be deemed or considered to be consultation with the public on the use of the land? This is referring to that hearing, the last hearing.
Publicly notifying and asking for submissions is certainly part of consultation. There are under the local government, and in terms of Reserves Act, the context for this decision making, in terms of the reclassification, the requirement is to, as a part of your public notification, is to notify your intention, for example, to reclassify, and also give reasons. And so the council did do that. But as I mentioned earlier, there are also the overlay of the Local Government Act decision-making requirements, which also apply, and there are principles of consultation there, and they include a number of factors, one of which is to be providing adequate information to enable people to participate in an informed way.
Probably what I'm more detailed and what I'm referring to is that reclassification from recreation to local purposes reserve. It wasn't in the original hearing to the public as being considered to be a local purposes. It was to be recreation reserve status, but then the finding from the hearing panel was that Vision 1, Vision 2 was a sort of amalgamation of the 2 to become that new vision, which seemed to fulfil the requirements quite well. But then that's the public see it in good mind that they weren't consulted on that. So what I'm saying is, in the next round of consultation, when it was just asking for objections, the public would say, well, we weren't actually consulted on it being changed to a local purposes reserve. We're just being asked for objections to it.
Oh, well, the legal answer to that is that following public notification and submission process is a form of consultation. that is an opportunity for the public. It was an opportunity for the public to submit on the merits of whether or not recreation reserve or local purpose reserve was an appropriate classification. But on top of that, there's always a question about adequacy, the adequacy of a consultation process.
We'll just see, finally, just pushing it further, saying an inadequacy on that. It would seem to me, in a layperson's view, that then on various other subjects, the council could come up with a proposal recommendation rather than consulting the public on what their desires for that bit of infrastructure or land is, but we could come up with what we propose and then just ask for objections to that proposal rather than asking the public what they think the best use of that land is. So I'm pushing that is not adequate. You're stating, and you've put it very well, you've explained it very well, that there may be a bit of inadequacy in that process. Am I on the right vein?
Well, what I've said is that the council has complied with the requirements of the Reserves Act in terms of what it says the council must do to change the classification, but because the council has to also always consider those Local Government Act decision-making requirements and what the particular circumstances might require in terms of how you engage and consult on something.
Thank you. I've got a speaking order, but I just want to ask, if I can, a follow-up question on the back of Councillor Skinner's question. Did the last hearing panel, so this is a matter of which legislation applies to both processes, so was it the Local Government Act that was applying to the Reserve Management Plan process, or was it the Local Government and the Reserves Act, or the Reserves Act, just so I'm clear?
So
the first, this is not the one we're dealing with today, the one that went before.
Yeah, so in terms of the Reserve Management Plan consultation process, what the draft Reserve Management Plan says, so that's the document that was notified for public consultation, is that Section 41 of the Reserves Act is the statutory context for the consultation on the recreation reserve land.
Right.
But that the Local Government Act was the statutory context for the consultation in respect of the other land. So there was freehold land as well.
As well, okay.
And also road.
All right. Yeah. So can I just ask the question, did the hearing panel that whose recommendations we're receiving today, did they have the ability under the legislation that they were working with to have responded to submissions that sought, because we notified this to change it to local purposes, did they have the scope to hear the submissions and say, well, actually, now we've heard the submissions, we're going to bring back a recommendation that this land is changed to recreation reserve? Did they have the scope to do that?
Yes.
They did?
Yeah.
So they could have heard those submissions and said, look, actually, so the decision of council was to proceed in principle with the Reserve Management Plan in principle around a local purposes reserve. But that did not constrain the hearings panel, so they could have, if they'd heard enough, they could have said, actually, well, councillors said in principle this, actually we've heard from the public and we believe that the better classification is recreation reserve.
Yes, that's what they were required to do. They were required to approach it with an open mind and listen to the submissions and respond to them on their merits, and the report of the hearing panel is explicit about that.
All right.
That's what they understood their role to be.
Point of order. Or point
I'm not
of
sure
clarification.
I'm not sure you're going to be able to raise it as a point of order. I know what you're going to raise, and I'm going to have to ask because it's not going to be a point of order. I'm sorry, because I do know that, and I think you would nod to me it's not going to be a point of order, is it? So we're going to have to hold you. I will come back to you, Councillor Fulton, and you will be after Councillor Rutledge and Councillor Courtney. Councillor Delberg? No, are you wanting to speak, Councillor Delberg? You do. Okay, so we're going to go Councillor Rutledge, Councillor Courtney, Councillor Fulton, Councillor Delberg, if that's okay. All right. Now I know this might feel a bit like paint drying for some of you who sitting in the room who have worked your way through this to the point that you don't have any questions, but for those who do have questions, I do want to take the time. Councillor Rutledge. Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Your Worship. To our officers, I'm reasonably comfortable too with all the questions that you've asked, Your Worship. So let's get down to the nub of the problem. It's all about leasing, is it? This is why we're making this classification change for leasing. Let's start with that.
Through the Mayor, the reason we've got to this stage is after consultation with the community, they have adopted a vision. Sorry. Apologies. So the reason we've, through the Mayor, the reason we've reached this situation is because after consultation with our community, they have agreed, we have agreed on a vision and a set of objectives and policies to govern the management of an area of reserve. And when the hearing panel had looked at that and looked at the submission from DOC, the advice from DOC was that it would be more appropriate to use the local purpose reserve classification for the vision and the objectives on the reserve that had been identified by the community.
Right. So this doesn't impact at all on the 20+ long-term residents at the Brook under either classification. I'm thinking, have they got security of tenure with this change?
So through the Mayor, that matter was considered by the hearing panel and is addressed in the reserve management plan. So if the reserve management plan is given effect to, the arrangements that were agreed to within that will be given effect to in relation to those residents.
And just the final one to follow on, perhaps, and pick up what Councillor Skinner was asking, can I have an assurance on behalf of all councillors and the Mayor that we can go out to the public and say that you've told us that adequate consultation has taken place on these changes from the classification that we had before with the recreation reserve to the local purposes reserve. Adequate consultation has taken place. People have been able to have their input, and we can move forward today and pass this.
Through the Mayor, there are two answers, I guess, to that question. Legally, yes, we have complied with our we believe we have required with our requirements to consult with under the Reserves Act for this part of the process, and under the Local Government Act for the road stopping part of the process, and under both acts for the previous consultation round in relation to the draft reserve management plan.
Councillor Eklund.
Sorry, I did say those two answers. The complexity of the situation is such that there is an argument that for a lay person trying to stay with council through the process, it is a complex process, and there are various bits of legislation in play and various considerations. But in terms of the where the community was trying to get to with the reserve management plan process, I believe we have got to the place that our community wanted us to get to through that process.
Councillor, thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, that helps me a lot as well in my thinking in answer to Councillor Courtney's question. And it seems to me we're at that point, helpfully raised by Councillor Fulton, that it often comes up through a submission process, then something new comes in, it changes the direction slightly in terms of what was necessarily intended at the beginning, and then the question becomes, well, was that an adequate consultation because we now need to change in that direction? What is, and this isn't a special consultative procedure, so we don't have that overlay of requirement for consultation, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if I may continue, and the question then becomes, are we satisfied that the consultation was adequate? And your answer is useful, that in a strictly legal sense we probably have, and it's defendable, but it may be perceived in the community that there hasn't been, and so that's a question for us to determine as to our appetite for political stability on that, I guess. How much is it going to cost, or what's going to be the consequence of going back out to consult on this change?
So through the Mayor, the answer depends on what form of consultation the council would want to take place. So there are a few options. It could decide to go through a full Reserves Act process and reconsult on a management plan. That is a costly process. It takes some considerable time. There's a statutory process that requires the 2 months of consultation followed by the hearings, and we would need to work through that process again. Council could decide that if it wanted to seek further information from its community to understand under the Local Government Act whether the change from local purpose, so if it wanted to put some information out around the difference in the status from a local purpose reserve to a recreation reserve, we could seek feedback from our community, not as a formal consultation process, but just open up to say, these are the differences. We do not believe it's significant given we are working towards the vision that the community has agreed on, and we could seek feedback in that way, which would be relatively cheaper.
So if I may just ask another question. So, I mean, that appears to be my preference. There's no statutory requirement of a particular procedure of consultation that's mandated in this instance, as I understand it. There's no special consultative procedure, but is there, under the reserves though, is that, I mean, what we're being asked to do now essentially is let that happen, is to make that decision potentially in a question of perception of a lack of consultation, not a reality in terms of a legal, we've completed our legal obligations to consult, that's the advice. So if we were to go back out on that, it can be a brief, not necessarily a brief, but it can be a non-formal period of consultation that repairs the possibility of a perception that there hasn't been adequate consultation. Is that correct? That's what.
That is correct, but I guess just there would need to be a clear line of an understanding of what that feedback, how that would influence the council's decision. So it wouldn't be feedback for the sake of feedback. There would need to be a process around.
No, I agree. So I guess that's my question. What will that look like? I mean, my understanding is we could pass parts of this today. We can stop the road. We can accept, as we already have, the plan, the management plan, because we all agree that's where we want. We have been all agreed that's where we want to go. But in terms of the niggle issue over the legal classification of that area of land, that's still going to be governed by the same document, irrespective. We just need to get past a niggle, it seems, or an issue that's arisen that potentially there may be some concern over that changed classification. You tell me, what is the way we do that? Please.
So, through the Mayor, the reason the officer recommendation is as it is in the report was because we believe that any consultation, it would be hard to imagine how we could get to a different place from how we've got to already. So we could do further consultation, but we have agreed a vision, we have agreed objectives and policies for the management of the unit. So we can put information out around the differences between the two reserves, and I agree that would be helpful in terms of understanding. Council would need to understand what it was trying to achieve with that process, because the worst case scenario, I guess, is that you would have to restart the whole reserve management plan process again, reconsult on something which the community has already agreed on, and it's.
I think that's right. I mean, I think there is a risk of that, but that's the whole point, isn't it, of consulting, is that we don't know what we don't know. So potentially, there might be someone with I don't know, and I obviously don't know, but there may be someone with a particular grievance or a particular issue that we just haven't seen coming. And isn't that the point, though, that we're trying to just cover off? But I'm wanting to do it, if I can, with the least impact, given that we seem to be on a process. But I want to understand the consequences of what I'm suggesting as well. And I'm not sure that I clearly understand what those consequences are in terms of cost, staff time, why it seems it's being recommended that we just get on and do it today. I want to understand the risk on the one side of doing that versus the benefits that I've just tried to articulate in doing that.
Through the chair, it's important to be, there's a bunch of different statutory processes going on, and it's important to be clear which ones you're dealing with. So the decisions before council today are to do with change of classification of the rec reserve, classifying freehold land as rec reserve, and disallowing objections to road stopping. In terms of, and there are statutory requirements that apply under the Reserves Act to the gazettal processes, and under the Local Government Act Schedule 10 to the road stopping processes. So an option is to pause those processes prior to the council making its final decision, and go through a further engagement. And I suppose the reason why the council might do that is if it thought, after having heard what everyone's had to say today, that there is a question about whether or not submitters had adequate information about the reasons for and implications of this change. Separate from that, there's a reserve management plan process, and that's not before the council today in terms of decision, in terms of final approval. So that's a matter for a future meeting. And there, once again, the council would have a legal option of going through a further consultation process if that's what it thought needed to happen, and that would have to happen under, in terms of the recreation reserve land, under the Reserves Act. So it would be public notification of the draft plan and then going through a further round of submission processes. In terms of legal risk and why the council might consider doing that, it is around the fact that what was originally notified said one thing, and in response to submissions, the council then proposes something different in terms of local purpose reserve as opposed to rec reserve. And so the questions are, how material is that change? And is there someone, are there members of the public or affected people who might have had something to say on that haven't, through either through that reserve management plan process, but then there has been this further consultation in terms of the reclassification decision. Is there something you haven't, has somebody not participated who would have, if that had been notified on the basis that it was going to be local purpose reserve rather than rec reserve? So those are the legal considerations.
Right, thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Following on from Councillor Ackland's questions, I guess my question would be, would the people who have participated in a different way had they known that Vision 1 or Vision 2 would be implemented with the land becoming local purpose reserve land because that's more appropriate? So do you believe that the public might have participated in that process in a different way had they had that understanding?
I can't answer that question.
Well, I guess for me that seems to be the staff is saying that the public wouldn't have participated in any different way, but I think that is the issue, that the public might have if you've asked the public, do you prefer Vision 1 or do you prefer Vision 2, but the land's all going to become recreation reserve land, then the public are only turning their mind to the visions. They're not thinking about the land status. Whereas if you've asked the public, do you prefer Vision 1 or do you prefer Vision 2, but in order to achieve either vision, we're going to change the land status, then the public are looking at it through a different lens. They are looking at the issue through the lens of, well, we really, really like this vision and we're prepared to lose the land status for the sake of the vision, or we're not prepared to do that. And I think that's the bit which the public have missed out on, because this part of the process has been separated from the reserve management plan part of the process, and so the public haven't had the opportunity to have their say on the reserve management plan with a scenario painted to them where the land changes status to local purpose reserve status.
So, Councillor Fulton, what you're doing now is thinking out loud.
A little bit, but I have
You're
got
thinking.
some
So, what that's called is called thinking out loud. And the question you ask the officers is actually a question you have to answer as a governance member of this table. That's your judgment call. So you're here to make a judgment about whether you think exactly to the things you're contemplating and thinking else. That's your role as a councillor. That's not the role of the officers and the way that you put that to them. They can't. They have to say to you, they've told you they believe that they've complied with the matters in relation to the legislation. They've talked through the process, but you know you're here as somebody to consider the views of the community and think about that role. So you need to think about that.
Okay.
There was one other matter I stopped you speaking about before, and I don't know whether you wish to
oh yes,
come to that
I do
now.
want to go back to that.
Right.
And I've got a couple of other questions. So the Mayor asked a question around whether the hearing panel could have opted to have chosen the land to become recreation reserve land, and Fiona, you replied yes they could have, but I don't understand how that could have occurred if the advertising for it was in fact that it become local purpose reserve land.
Yeah, through the chair, I might. What that hearing panel could have done was either recommend that the council decide to reclassify the recreation reserve land to local purpose reserve land.
Yes.
Or recommend that the council not reclassify.
Yes.
And if they recommended not to reclassify, it remains recreation reserve.
But with regards to the freehold land, they couldn't recommend that the freehold land become recreation reserve land because the process was only about the freehold land becoming local purpose reserve land.
That's correct. So there, that was about declaration as local purpose reserve or not. And,
Yes.
and if not, it would remain freehold.
No, declaration is, yeah, as local purpose, yes.
Yeah.
So in fact, the hearing panel could only choose to maintain the status quo of the land status or classify the land as the land had been advertised to become.
Yes.
Yeah, which...
Thank you very much for that question of clarification, because I have to say to you officers, I took a different interpretation from the answer that I received, and I was surprised about that because I held the view as of last night, as Councillor Fulton has said, is actually the hearings panel did not have the flexibility to make a decision to turn freehold title into recreation reserve. And that's correct, isn't it? They didn't have, so if someone came in and said, I think this should be recreation reserve, what we're now coming to hear from, we want to hear what the public think about the status of the reserve status. They didn't have the ability to achieve that outcome no matter what they submitted on those other two pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I answered the question, I was thinking about the recreation reserve land.
No, that's fine. Okay.
And so because of that, there was no opportunity to maintain consistency. So if you had to maintain the status quo and two lots of land have different land status, then you don't have a consistent, all of the land ending up with the same title. The only way that all of that land could end up with the same status was if the hearing panel had approved all of the land to become local purpose land.
So through the Mayor, what would have happened in reality was we would have got a recommendation to council that the recreation reserve stay as recreation reserve, and either a recommendation that the freehold land stay as freehold or become local purpose. When that came back to this table, officers would then have made a recommendation to the council as to whether that was appropriate to have two different land status existing in the reserve. So we would have then, I would imagine that would have triggered another process in terms of the recreation reserve classification.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Delbert.
I've got one more question.
One more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the June 2015 document, which went out for public consultation, there is multiple references in this document to the reason why all of the land should become recreation reserve land. So why the freehold land should become recreation reserve land, and it explains very carefully that in order to achieve the visions, the land should all become recreation reserve land. And there's probably 20 references and considerable time spent in this document giving a really clear rationale as to why the land should become recreation reserve. In the October version, all of that's been deleted, but the reasons for the land now becoming local purpose reserve land, the document's almost entirely silent on it. There's no rationale, there's no merits. I think there's a little bit in terms of it being more appropriate, and this is as a result of the consultation period process, this is now then more appropriate. So my concern is why were the findings of the hearing panel not incorporated into this document, so that then the public, even if it didn't go back out to consultation, the public then had a clearer understanding of why this process was happening.
Mr. Ward, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Delberg.
So through the Mayor, the purpose of the reserve management plan is not to justify the decisions that were made at the hearing panel. The purpose of the plan is to set out the framework for managing the reserve. So I guess it's a similar to, if I can use an analogy, to council putting out a consultation document on its annual plan. There will be some content within there which does not make it through to the final annual plan, and we don't make a, we don't cover that off in the annual plan as to why we haven't done something. It's just that the purpose of the annual plan and the purpose of the management plan is to set the direction. We could separately from that, and either covering off either on a website, we could give that information in terms of why it is what it is, but that doesn't necessarily need to sit, it shouldn't sit within the management plan itself.
So, subsequent question, why then does it sit within the management plan in the June document?
In the draft reserve management plan, because we need to give information to people so that they can make an informed decision on what is in the reserve management plan.
I'm going to keep going because that's very standard practice with all of our plans. Once we make our decisions, they're forward focused, and that's where they go because they're documents for the future. I'm going to go to Councillor Delberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question probably relates around page 43 again in the paperwork, and I like your report if you want to know. It's feedback. I see here it actually says here the process was set out in section 24 of the Reserves Act requiring and change of classification has been followed. So I'm getting from that we have done it correctly. Then the one below that, 3.2.7, again, no substantive issues were raised in the submission to reclassify. And I'm agreeing with Councillor Ackland here, this is contentious, so we need to get this right. Was there no substantive issues raised because we didn't tell them about it, or just they knew about it and did not ask? Which I think is what Councillor Fulton is trying to get to.
So through the chair of the hearings panel, Mr. Peter Rayburn, discussed that with the submitters.
Okay. So my second question would be Vision 1 and Vision 2. That was clearly defined. We had two visions and these were choices.
Yes. Through the chair, yes.
Okay, now that's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking we have done all the bits about informing there was two visions, and they gave us the information back, and we've chosen a vision, and we've chosen a process, and we're saying now out of these, this would be better for us. That's your local purpose recreation classification, which would seem reasonably fair. So my question I'd like to do, if I can through Madam Mayor, would be Councillor McGirt was actually on this, mentioned here. Can I ask you through, is he still comfortable with all the discussion today about what he's put on this plan? Because again, I wasn't here, but we're talking a senior. Can I ask that question?
I think that's a little bit challenging because he is one member of the panel and there are three people, and the chair of the panel isn't here. If the chair of the panel was here, then, but however, I've just got to think this through. So, Councillor hearings panel member McGurk doesn't exist at this point. Councillor McGurk sits at this table. This is a bit of the dilemma. So Councillor McGurk maintains, even though he's got a recommendation coming through from the panel, he maintains an open mind as he listens to what's going on here. So he's able to speak if he wants to as to how he feels about that. But that'll come when we get to the debate. So
Okay,
I'm actually going to, we've got a speaking
Appreciate
order.
that. I withdraw that. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
It has been suggested that we may wish to go out and obtain further consultation. Could you tell me what we would achieve by doing that? Question number 1 of 2.
So I think I covered that in my reply to Councillor Ackland earlier. I'm not sure what we would achieve with that, given we have agreement from the community in terms of how we're trying to manage that land.
And the second question, Madam Mayor, through you, is that I'm actually a little surprised it's got down to this, considering the questions are being asked by people who have been involved. The point is, who is objecting now, leading to us having to reconsider whether the original recommendation that went out in our plan is changed during the hearings process, etc. Why are we relitigating this whole process?
I think that's a question, not sure that that's a question for the officers. I think that's a question in the meeting of...
Could you help me then?
Yes, I can help you, Deputy Mayor. I think that what is happening at this table is that the members of council are exercising their right to make sure that they make a considered and informed decision. And there are some matters that some of the members of council are concerned about in relation to the way the information has been presented to the public. And the question of who is objecting isn't the issue. The question is, we have to be satisfied that the views of the community have been considered adequately through all of the processes. Now, the dilemma we're dealing with today is that there is three discrete matters in front of us. Now, from my perspective, and I'm sorry, this is a bit of a dialogue, I have no issue with the hearings panel processes. I have no issue at all with those. From what I can see in front of me, they exercised their delegation, they went through that with diligence and they did that. But this sits in a broader context, and I think that is the issue that we're grappling with today.
Well, can I ask you another question, if I may?
Possibly. I may or may not answer it. We'll see.
Yeah, see how you feel. I can understand that there's been some confusion amongst the public members over the status and the terminologies and the acts that we've used to reach this determination. I mean, the average Joe Blow wouldn't know what the Reserves Act is and all the rest of it. Do you think, in your opinion then, that because they don't and are not expected to understand the terminology is one of the reasons why they've come back again and said, you know, we feel we've missed the boat somewhere along the line?
I think I'm going to repeat my, and I don't particularly like doing this, Deputy Mayor, as you know, because there isn't a cross-council discussion. But I think I'm going to repeat my answer before, that what is happening here is not in relation to any objections from any party. It is the right of the members that sit at this table to make considered and informed decisions. They've received a report from the officers. They've looked at that, and they've got a series of questions that they're entitled to raise. They're not doing it on behalf of any party that participated. They're doing it as members of this council.
So that, in other words...
And I'm satisfied about that.
Okay, and then, so in other words, what we're really here to do, did we follow the process as required under consultation, under the Act?
That's what we're talking about now.
Fine. Thank you.
Councillor Noon and then Councillor Skinner. And
Thank
then
you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure who will answer this question. I'm looking at the resolutions that we've been asked, or the recommendations that we've been asked to vote on today. I guess my question is, I'm hearing a variety of views around the table and a bit of uncertainty. So, if this fails today, what happens? Where are we with this?
There's a question, what do you mean fails? If we voted not to do this, So the status quo prevailed? Is that essentially where we could get to? I suppose it is. What would be the outcome?
Through the chair, so specifically the question is, if none of these recommendations get approved, then none of the actions can be given effect to. The management plan cannot be approved, and the comprehensive development plan cannot be prepared or approved by council. So the process would stop.
So my follow-up question, Madam Mayor, is that's got serious consequences. If we don't take this in its entirety, or we take it in parts, then I'm wanting some direction as to whether we should, if it's not looking positive, that we should have another resolution alternative, and whether we should discuss that now.
And we will get to that because we're doing questions at the moment. I'm just going to take the last couple, and then I'm going to try and wrap this up because I'm watching the clock here as well as to where I think this might be getting to from the dialogue that's going around the table, and I'll try and bring this to a point. I think we all understand that there has to be a moving forward of this in some way. I don't think there is any intent of council to bring the axe down on this process. I'm not hearing anything as chair that indicates that to me, so I'm not actually feeling the need to entertain that suggestion. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is on the road stopping. This is for Mr. Laverdis or Mr. Ward. On page 36, just make sure I've got the road coming through. Now, I believe that part of that road that we're stopping goes further up into the sanctuary. So we're stopping, aren't we, stopping part of that road to clean up the tail end? I see we've got the purple, but I believe we're missing a bit.
Through the chair, I refer you to page 28 of the agenda, item 4.5, where I cover that item specifically. There is a section of road that extends into the Sanctuary Trust, and that has already been attended to.
All right, Council, I think we've gone around this enough times. I had Councillor Fulton and Councillor Ackland who are indicating questions still. Are we still on questions? So questions, Councillor Fulton and Councillor Ackland.
Wanted to foreshadow that I do have an alternative recommendation.
And I'm asking you to pause on that till we get to a bit of a summary point. So we're on questions, Councillor Ackland.
Mine was, if you can recall my line of questioning, sorry. My question is just simply, what is the materiality of this? So the point we got to was, I think, is that advice is coming back saying it's immaterial, so we don't need to consult on it. Am I right about that? I mean, what is the materiality of this?
So through the chair, I just want to clarify that your question to me sounds like it's around the reserve management plan process in terms of the materiality of the change from notified recreation reserve to local purpose reserve. So that decision isn't before the council today. And in terms of the materiality of the change, in response to earlier questions, I've explained some of the differences in terms of the Reserves Act between recreation and local purpose. A difference that we've discussed has been the leasing powers, but at the same time, in either circumstance, while there's a management plan in place, administration has to be has to conform with the management plan.
Sorry, I didn't mean for an explanation on the material difference between the two types of classification. It was more the materiality of that change in terms of a consultation obligation. Is it material in terms of our consultation obligations, or in fact is the impression I'm getting, and I just wanted it concisely, not disrespectfully, just for my own benefit. The impression I'm getting from advice is we've legally complied, and also it wouldn't make any difference anyway, and it's not a big thing. Is that what I'm getting? Am I right about that? It is immaterial, or because I need to be clear with advice from the council is confident. This organisation is really confident that we're not going to run into a legal challenge on this because actually it's immaterial. It's not a big issue on this classification change.
Through the chair, that is the question I was answering. Yeah, in terms of the materiality of the change, what we're talking about is a change from all the land being recreation reserve to all the land being local purpose reserve. Now, what doesn't change is the management plan substance in terms of vision, objectives, policies, contemplated activities. What does change is a legal classification, and there are some legal flow-on consequences of those, one of which are the leasing provisions. But in the end, it comes back down to the management plan. So I guess in that sense, it's not that significant. I can't give you a yes or no answer though. On that.
All right, so I'm just going to just sort of round this up a little bit, and then I think we will go and take a lunch adjournment. It's because I want to make sure that the officers have an opportunity just to consider when we do this roundup whether there's anything else that they need to make us aware of. So what I am hearing is that we've gone through a process, two processes. So we've gone through, especially for those of you who are here for dealing with us in this new term of council, we went through a reserve management plan process, development process, and there were hearings on those. There were submissions that came in. The vision was clear, the principles of the reserve management plan. There was nothing that is out of step in terms of that with both either the draft or what then came back to council after submissions. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. The draft indicated the potential for some camping to remain within when it went out. It contemplated the relationship with the Brook Sanctuary. It contemplated the opportunity for tourism-related activities. All of those things were there. They were all in the mix. So if somebody had an interest in those and was vehemently opposed to the concept of there being some retention of camping, they had the ability to participate in that first draft process and tell us. So they were all there. What happened through the process is that one of the submitters said to the hearings panel, we're looking at your draft and you're proposing to make this recreation reserve. That's what you've promulgated this on. We're looking at this as a submitter and saying to you, actually, the better match for this is local purposes reserve. And from what I can see from that stage, the issues that they particularly drew to the attention of the hearings panel were in relation to the occupation of having the relocatable home park, that there was an issue in relation to that in terms of potential conflict with the Reserves Act, so I can see that in the note. And there was also an issue in relation to potential non-compliance with the Reserves Act in terms of the activities that support the Brook Sanctuary. So I can see those two things there. And what they're saying is that, and if I've got this wrong, the officers have got some time to go and tell me that this is a good summary, but then I can see that. And so what the submitter is saying is, to be consistent with what you're trying to achieve, Council, both through your draft and as the hearings panel come back and they've deliberated on the submissions and saying we're minded to head in this direction, the better match to achieve what we're trying to achieve is local purposes reserve. What they also say is that that does open up some concern for the public in terms of community expectations, because local purposes reserves, as the officers have described to us, are more permissive. Okay, there's some potential for it to be more permissive. And the way to manage that is to ensure that you have a well-crafted reserve management plan, that you need to make sure you've got one of those that sits alongside the local purposes reserve. So the questions I have in my mind at the moment are, would I have heard anything more from the community that the original hearings panel for the reserve management plan, would they heard anything different? Was there anything that would have come forward? Have I disadvantaged the public in any way by changing the status that creates risk? Potentially, yes. If I want to manage that, I have to have a well-crafted reserve management plan that's very clear about what can and can't be in the process. The part that I am less comfortable about is that to suggest that the process that was just undertaken by the hearings panel is a way of consulting with the public around the status, to me doesn't cut the test for me, because in fact the submitters did not have the ability to influence the outcome to the extent that the freehold land could become recreation reserve or the road could become recreation reserve. That for me is where I feel some degree of discomfort. Now as a decision maker, what I've got to weigh up is in terms of the community as a whole, the costs associated with the outcome of achieving the vision and the strategy of the reserve management plan, to which I am very comfortable with, what I do from here. And the options as I see them are, we turn our mind to that and say, we don't believe that there's anything material that will come forward that will cause us to change our minds through this process to switch this back to recreation reserve. We go, well actually, we've heard the arguments around that, and to achieve the outcomes we're feeling that local purposes is actually the right place, noting that we have to have a very well crafted reserve management plan that sits alongside this. Or is there something in here where I feel that we have an obligation to go back and seek exactly on those points, that is there something that has disadvantaged the public in terms of the status or the risks around local purposes reserve as opposed to recreation reserve, and do we want to seek that information? So what we might get from that is these are the things that we're really worried about. We're really worried about public access. We're really worried that you might do something in here that creates some exclusivity that means as a member of the public I can't come in here. That might be what we hear. I don't know. The question we've got to ask is there sufficient here for us to pause this process to go back and seek that information? And I think that is where I've got to. I'll take any questions just to see if we can help us to go, that's what's sitting in front of us. Then I'm going to adjourn for lunch because I want the officers to have some time just to think if we're missing anything here in terms of what we're about to do. The option, if we wanted to do that, so I just want to be clear, is that we would pause this process and we would go out, as Mr. Waters suggested, and seek some way of ascertaining those views. We wouldn't deal with the matter in front of us today because then we would end up with a potential mismatch. So if we came back and said actually something came forward that we went, look, actually we're better off to stay with recreation reserve, there's something that really bothers us about going to local purposes, then we've already set in train another set of steps. So now Councillor Noonan, and then we'll
Thank you,
go
Madam
for
Mayor.
lunch.
My question is, after hearing that wrap up, which thank you very much, that was fantastic. My question is, if we approve the recommendations that we've got today, do we have the capability of seeking submissions on the reserve management plan?
Well, what I'm suggesting to you, and this is what I want the officers to go and think about, is that in fact, if we're going to do this, it seems that the matter that's sitting out there at the moment is quite specific. It relates to whether the status should be, whether to achieve the visions and the outcomes that we wish to achieve is, and assessing the potential changes that could occur, what are the concerns from the public about it being local purposes reserved? What are the issues that they feel are of concern? So that we can then take those into account when we're finalising a very well crafted reserve management plan. Very quickly.
So on that basis, because my question was, why didn't the reserve management plan come to us today as well? And if we were of the mind to seek that feedback, could we seek that feedback and seek feedback on the adopted in principle management plan alongside it? Could we do them both at the hand in hand? Could we seek feedback,
Mr. Wood, I'm not
specifically on the issue of local purpose reserve versus recreation?
all right, can we do
reserves?
that? Okay, do we have the ability
can we
to
seek feedback on the final draft?
So through the Mayor, I think that would be quite confusing to the community if you were seeking feedback on a draft reserve management plan, which wasn't a reserve management plan process. You know, we have been through that process. The other point is that there are some parts of this recommendation which need to happen before we've got the full gazetted reserve to be able to apply the reserve management plan to. So that's the reason the reserve management plan didn't come to this meeting. There's still a process in place with the road stopping and gazetting.
Till the road stopping comes back from the court, we just have to wait for that. There's nothing we can do about that. Right, I'm going to adjourn for lunch. I'm conscious this has taken, part of the meeting has taken perhaps much longer than many of may have contemplated, but I think it is important that we explore this issue and reach a considered decision. So could we take perhaps half an hour for lunch maximum? So that means sitting back here in half an hour, which will be at 25 past 1.
At the end of a very complicated,
Adjourn.
very complicated process. It's not easy to come in on at the end.
Welcome back, Council. We'll resume this Council meeting. Now, we were addressing the matter in relation to the Brook Reserve matters, and we had had a number of questions in relation to the local purposes status and the recreation reserve status. We had a little summary that where I'd got to before lunch. I just wonder if there's anything that the officers want to draw to our attention. They've had an opportunity to reflect. I had one question in relation to the submission from the Department of Conservation, just to satisfy myself that their submission clearly articulated the view on local purposes reserve, and we've managed to obtain that submission to make sure that we're clear on what the status was at the start of the hearing. Mr. Ward.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I can confirm that the doc submission was made in writing, so it was publicly available before the hearing of submissions, and it discusses the process. So the question within the draft reserve management plan was, what do you think about the idea to gazette the entire reserve as recreation reserve under the Reserves Act? They've given a full response to that. They initially suggested that the whole, in the pre-consultation, that the whole area should be gazetted as one unit, and so approved that. And I quote from their submission: having considered the matter in relation to the question about gazettal further, and taking account the facilities and uses that are proposed for the reserve, I am now of the view that recreation reserve would not be the most appropriate classification, in particular with some of the proposed uses of the reserve appear to be inconsistent with RA provisions relating to the purpose and administration of recreation reserves. And so they support a local purpose reserve as probably being a more suitable classification to enable all the activities that the draft management plan identifies. So classification as local purpose reserve would still provide certainty of purpose and administration under the Reserves Act and ensure that the public interest in the land is maintained. So, and it goes on.
Thank you. Any further questions for the officers before we move on to dealing with the matter in front of us? Councillor Fulton.
Yes, just on that note, in terms of that submission process, in terms of the public's understanding of that process, would it be fair that the public would have made an assumption that they're presenting on their submission rather than turning their mind to other people's submissions, like what happens during an annual plan or long-term plan process, as opposed to what might happen during a resource consent process when submitters look at other submitters and weigh up the evidence from others who are presenting? That's a question for the officers.
I'm sorry, I can't comment on what submitters were thinking when they read the submission.
Okay. Any further questions? Right, in that case, what we have in front of us is a recommendation that from the hearings panel in relation to 3 parcels of land, to take the steps to move those to the steps that would to the road stopping to the Environment Court, the change of status in terms of the reserve classification. We need to decide if we wish to move forward with that today, or whether, on the basis of the discussion and questions before lunch, as to whether you wish to seek any additional feedback from the community in relation to the issue specifically around local purposes reserve status or recreation reserve status. I understand from what I've heard from the officers that we can ask that as a discrete question as opposed to going and reconsulting or seeking feedback on the full draft reserve management plan. I'm looking for some clarification from the Chief Executive in relation to that question, or an officer who's able to answer the question. Mr. Ward. Sorry.
Having listened to the conversation, I believe it would be it would be better to focus in on the issue that is under question, and that would be best accomplished by doing a narrower feedback session rather than reconsulting on a reserve management plan process.
And then the further thought that I have is that there is another step to follow in relation to this process, so we still need to come up with a development plan process. I think I've got the right terminology here, hopefully.
Comprehensive development plan.
The comprehensive development plan still needs to be developed, and when we look at the Department of Conservation's submission, they're talking through the importance of those matters, and that is the way that you manage the issues, and that is a process, as I understand it, where we will seek again public input into that process. So we go round through that process, and there's further public input to that. We could decide today that actually that is the point at which we will be able to further look at what constraints in terms of uses are made on this in this reserve, and that that's adequate in order to seek the views from the community about what they wish to occur or not to occur within this process. So Councillor, as I see it, they are the options in front of you. You move forward today, and you say, I'm satisfied that we've considered the matters sufficiently to make these decisions, or if I have wish to seek further input into the direct management of what's actually going to go on in here, I will do that through the comprehensive development plan, which will be publicly consulted upon. Or you say, actually, to be absolutely satisfied that I have heard the views of the community sufficiently on the classification of recreation reserve or open space reserve, the local purposes reserve, local purposes reserve, that you discreetly go back and ask that question, in which case the advice we had was to pause this process until you have done that, which means the road stopping matter, as I understand it, would not move to the court. Is that correct, or is there a time frame around that means it has to go?
Sorry, through the chair, I believe that can go ahead independent of any other feedback that was
All right, so that can go independently, because there's another process that then follows from that after the Environment Court process. So the Environment Court process can move forward, that clause could proceed, so that could happen concurrently with something else. Councillor Delberg.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just came up and we mentioned the Brooks entry. Now, you notice in my conflict of my list of interests, Rata, we're a major funder there. I'm not too sure, I don't think this impacts on this, but just a small point.
Just going to
whether I need to
just take a slight moment with the Chief Executive so she can consider that. I would say that during the adjournment, Councillor Rutledge has also raised an issue in relation to a MOU that Natureland has with the Brook Sanctuary, and so that question is still there, and I was just about to come to that issue around conflicts. Councillor McGurk is considering whether he will participate in the deliberations as well, or whether he'll abstain, given he was on the hearings panel. And so there are three things in play there. Are there any other potential perceived conflicts, actual conflicts that are existing around the room? Because we may get to a quorum issue. So just if you could all turn your mind to see whether there's anything at this stage that's come to mind. It's quite a complex issue, so I can understand why these things, it's important that we do turn our mind to them. All right, we'll just take a little moment to think about that. I'd ask if you just stay in your seats, and I won't be very long.
Councillors.
Just a moment. We're resuming the meeting. The Chief Executive is going to give us just some advice in terms of the potential conflicts that have been raised by councillors.
So I'm going to preface my remarks by saying the responsibility always remains with you, and you need to think about whether you've expressed any views or taken positions previously that might lead people to think that you could have a bias, or whether they might perceive that you have a conflict of interest, because those things are important. The question's been asked whether those councillors who participated in a previous statutory process, the hearings panel, should step away from the table on this, and my advice is no. They participated in a prior statutory process in effectively wearing a different hat for the council, and they come back to this table wearing their councillor hat for the council. That is different to councillors who have a role in another organisation, and they need to turn their minds to how significant that relationship is. Where there is, for example, a very high level document that may talk about common aims, they need to turn their mind to whether they think that leads to a perception or actually there isn't a conflict, but they will keep asking themselves that every time the matter comes up. Where they have exercised a vote in support of something previously at another table, they might want to think about whether they should step aside from this process.
So, councillors, does anyone wish to withdraw from? Thank you, Councillor Dalberg.
I think just the comment being is that significant being probably $800,000 of funding. I was probably one of the major signers.
Thank you. I'll just ask you to move to the public gallery. Councillor Rutledge.
So as a trustee of Natureland Wildlife Trust, we have a MOU with the Brook Sanctuary. It is my opinion that that document is of such a high level and talks very generally about working together on common aims where they, around biodiversity where they occur. I don't believe that that puts me in conflict on this issue, so I'm going to note it but stay at the table.
All right, well, we'll resume the meeting, and Councillor Skinner's indicated that he wishes to speak.
So I'd like to move the recommendation we have in front of us, Madam Mayor.
I have a seconded by Councillor Noonan. Right, now speaking to the motion. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Right, in that case, nobody wishes to speak to the motion. I think we've covered this. Councillor,
move amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton.
And I gave it to Chief Executive.
The words have come forward and they will go up on the screen, I believe. Chief Executive just needs to consider whether it can be deemed to be an amendment. Just take a moment.
I may do it as an amendment now because
Madam Mayor, my advice to you would be that, and I appreciate that the rest of the council hasn't seen the words that Councillor Fulton was proposing, but in light of the fact that the recommendations on the report have been moved, my advice to Councillor Fulton is that she would need to add some additional words at the beginning of her proposed motion to recognise what she was seeking to achieve.
okay. I just haven't got the words anymore because I gave it to you.
I'll have to take an adjournment again. Apologies, Council, there's no other way to manage that, so we have to adjourn momentarily.
Council receives the report Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan and its attachments, which is the first part of the recommendation from staff, and then that it seeks feedback from the community on the October 2015 draft RMP before considering reclassification of the land to local purposes reserve recreation. And that a rationale for reclassification of the land is included, and that a rationale for reclassification of the land to local purposes reserve recreation, including positive and negative consequences, is included in the documentation provided to the community. I might just have to see it written up and I might tweak it slightly.
That's right.
And then that it approves the hearing panel's recommendation to stop the legal road, reject all objections received, and refer the matter to the Environment Court.
Okay.
And notes the further report will be brought back to Council to enable the Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan to finally be approved.
I'm not sure that that addresses the other two matters that were in front of us today, which were in relation to the hearings panel matters. So
no, because
you
I
want to
I
leave
said
that?
that and that this and seeks feedback from the community on the draft RMP before considering reclassification of the land.
All right.
So this amendment puts the approval of the hearing panel's recommendations on hold until some feedback from the community has been sought over the October RMP.
All right, so we're going to put these up on the screen. I'm just wondering, in that last clause, could you just read that last clause again, Councillor Fulton, just while Shaylee gets this up?
The last clause is the same as what's in the agenda.
All right.
Which is the note.
Further report be back. Okay. Will it not have to also, a further report have to come back to us in relation to the reclassification?
Yes, so the further report would include the the, so I guess that last bit, actually that probably needs to read and notes that
Further report will be brought back to Council to enable the...
So what I'm trying to achieve is that the Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan goes through another feedback process before it is finally approved by Council, and that it goes through that process before Council recommends the hearing panel's, before Council approves the hearing panel's recommendations.
I think we understand that, so we're just waiting for the words to come up because I want the councillors
It might need a little bit of help from the officers to ensure we've
We'll just
ticked
get it
all
up on the
boxes,
screen.
because it might, if we are going through another feedback round, we have to hear submissions to that, and does the full council
Not
want to hear?
necessarily, so we need to just get that up on the screen.
Thank you. Thanks for your help.
That's okay, we'll get that up on the screen.
I guess someone needs to second it. Will anyone second it?
Well, I think they would like to probably see what's there before they're prepared to second it, and I would suggest that would be sensible for any councillor. Councillor Fulton, you used the word submissions before, and the word you've used there is you're seeking feedback.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily mean there is a submissions process. It follows from a feedback process.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with that. I just would like the community to have the opportunity to give feedback on the new draft Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan.
Fine. All right, that's fine. So that's the appropriate term is feedback. All right, so this is seeking that, Shelley, so we approve the road stopping so that heads off to do its thing at the Environment Court. You're looking for some further feedback, and then if we notes a further report will be brought back to council. So essentially it pauses all the other steps until we hear back. Now, is everyone clear on what that's trying to do?
Can I speak to it?
No, you first have to have a seconder. And I have to have a seconder first before anyone can speak to it. Seconded by Councillor Laurie.
Okay, so I can speak to it now?
Speaking to it. No, Councillor Fulton's going to speak to it, and then if you've got questions after that, you can have questions.
Okay, so I've thought about this quite a lot, and I believe that at this point in time, the community haven't had an opportunity to give feedback to the council around the issue of recreation reserve becoming local purpose reserve. Now, it's been argued by the staff that that opportunity occurred during the process which has just happened. However, that process was separate to the RMP process, and that is what the community feels like they've missed out on. So the community were consulted through the reserve management plan process on 2 visions, and both of those visions were put together on the basis that all of the land would become recreation reserve land. And then as a result of the submission, it was deemed that it's more appropriate for all of the land to become local purposes reserve land. Now, for the officers and the councillors, we can probably understand the rationale as to why that's occurred, but the community have not been given the opportunity to comment on that or understand fully why that's occurred, because the document did not go back out to the community. And if you read the initial document which went out to the community, throughout the document a very strong line of argument is given as to why all of the land should become recreation reserve land. So in a way we've created an impression in the community's mind, which means that they will only turn their mind to the 2 visions with the land ending up as recreation reserve land. They haven't had an opportunity to turn their mind towards the vision and the land being local purpose reserve land. And I think the subtleties of the 2 it is quite subtle, the differences, and the community have the right to consider that and have their say over the issue. So for me, it's about having a genuine consultation process rather than a token gesture consultation process where we really consultated with the community at the start of the process. We asked them lots and lots of questions, and they felt really involved in the process, and then at some point in time that's completely stopped and they feel like they've been shut out of this last loop, and it is quite key. The status of the land is quite key, and particularly with regards to land which is currently recreation reserve land, that loss of status might feel quite distressing for some members of the community.
Thank you. Now, any questions? Councillor Noonan, did you have a question? No. Councillor Eklund.
It's just a question for the Chief Executive, Madam Mayor, if I may, through you. It's just, it's the first I've heard that there is a community desire or feeling that they haven't been consulted over this issue. I think. Am I wrong in that? I haven't heard that there's people beating down the doors.
Chief Executive?
Madam Mayor, I think that Mr Rayburn, the chair of the hearings panel, touched on this in his report, which is attached to the agenda.
Right, sorry. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question relates to if we accept the recommendation that Councillor Fulton has put up there, how the timeline looks and which other documentation is going to go out to the public for consultation, because we talked about a comprehensive development plan and we've talked about a management plan. So which documentation goes out, just if we can get an idea of what opportunity the public have if we don't go with this.
Mr Ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the comprehensive development plan will not be that process will not start until the reserve management plan is adopted. So there is no work being done on that, because that is part of that requires an adopted reserve management plan. From what I read in the recommendation on the table, I would imagine we would have to put the reserve management plan out again with some commentary on the positive and negative consequences of the reclassification process. So I would envisage us saying, putting the reserve management plan out alongside a document that says this is the pros and cons of reclassification. And if I may, just urge some caution in relation to this would be under the Local Government Act. This is not a reserve management plan review process.
In that case, just before I take any further questions, Mr. Ward, you've looked at that, you've now able to see that wording. Would you suggest that that is overt in the recommendation that under the Local Government Act?
I'm not sure that it is, Madam Mayor, and there may be some confusion in terms of what the scope of the feedback is, if there's confusion over which act we're consulting under.
So do you think it should be clarified in the resolution, if it's resolved?
I think that would be helpful.
Helpful, all right.
The discussion you and I had was in relation to SCP. What I was clear about is that it isn't, and Chris and I discussed that it shouldn't be.
Chief Executive just saying to me there are two things in play here, that this isn't a special consultative process and we should be clear about that. That's why the word feedback is used. But I think what Mr. Ward is saying is he wants to be also very clear that this is under the Local Government Act. It is not a Reserves Act process. So essentially, I wonder, Councillor Fulton, if we need to just be a little bit tighter in that wording to ensure that it's in relation to the Local Government Act, seeking feedback, and that it's specific to the issue of open space, local purposes and recreation reserve status, that it's around those things. Because as I'm reading that at the moment, and I should turn my other screen on, is that the feedback, it is that we seek feedback on the draft before considering reclassification of the local purposes reserve. And what's concerning me with that wording is that that would potentially allow a full discussion about every aspect of the draft reserve management plan. And was that your intention?
No, the intention is purely around the fact that in the June document, the reference all the way through the June document is to the land becoming recreation reserve land, and that is no longer the case. So my intention is that the community has an opportunity to have a say on a new document which now refers to all of the land becoming local purposes reserve recreation land. So if someone can help me word it slightly better, I'm trying to read it again and think about how I can word that slightly. Draft recreation before considering
Does an officer have a suggestion on that? Because if I understand it clearly, all that Councillor Fulton is seeking is to seek feedback on the reserve classification status. That is all.
Yes.
In relation to. So it might be that we seek feedback from the community on the reserve classification status, or words to that effect, in relation to the proposed Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan, whatever dates that would have to be.
On the reserve. What did you just
Mr. Ward?
I think that would be helpful, but just for clarification, we would not then put out the whole reserve management plan as part of that consultation. We would focus narrowly on the issue in question.
Okay.
Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah.
That was your intent?
Yeah.
I don't want to change your intent, so if that was your intent.
Yeah, that is my intent at this point in time. My only concern is that then at a later point in time we might end up having to decide to put the whole thing back out again post, and I was trying to avoid that.
Well, we'll worry about that if we get this gets to the next step.
Okay.
I think you do need to take a process.
Okay, so my intent at the moment is purely to consult on that changing of the terminology of recreation reserve to
the classification, the reclassification, right? All right, well, look, the officers are going to do some work on that. While they're doing that, I'm going to take Councillor Laurie in the speaking order, I think. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutledge actually was first, then Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Chris, does this, if we choose to proceed with this, does this mean that no other work can proceed on the management plan in the meantime?
Effectively, that's correct. Yes, through the mayor, we can't progress any of the work until we have a fully adopted reserve management plan to guide us.
And I think to Councillor Nunes' point before, what kind of timeline would we be looking at to, what kind of delays are we talking here?
So realistically, it may be, and I'm just trying to think where the delegations would sit. This would probably sit with the Sports and Recreation Committee. It is unlikely, and that meets 24th. Next week, so I think it is very unlikely we would have a consultation document ready for that time. So unless the decision was to sign that consultation out at council, it would be into the new year before we could report back on that feedback process through the Sports and Rec Committee. We then would have to receive the reserve management plan and make a decision about how we're going to handle that at that time. In the meantime, hopefully the process for road stopping would still be progressing, and we would have an answer on that as well.
All right, thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you. How, through the chair, would we carry out this consultation?
So through the mayor, I think we would do it in the way we normally carry out our consultations. So advertising in our announcement, we would contact those submitters from both.
Feedback.
We would seek feedback through our announcement, and we would also contact those submitters that had submitted on the reserve management plan and the processes that have just taken place, and we would seek feedback through other media sources as well.
Thank you. Councillor Fulton.
I'm happy that I wouldn't have envisaged that a consultation document has to come back to a council now before it goes out. I'm a bit confused why you said that something would have to come back to council before it goes out.
The feedback would have to come back through the Sports and Rec Committee, and that wouldn't happen next week. The next cycle is into the next year, so we're looking at February, March time of next year for it to feedback.
So the feedback would take about a month or 2 months. You'd put out a feedback form.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. We are. I don't know whether this is going to proceed, but I would just say at this point we haven't established the delegations for the Sports and Recreation Committee. That's next on the agenda, and if it was helpful, we could potentially say, except for this matter that needs to come back to council to get it back in December.
Okay.
Or move it to council directly now.
I have another question. Is it possible that as a result of this feedback, some of those objections which are going to the Environment Court might actually be resolved? Because the impression I got was some of the objections were around this very process, a lack of consultation. Or does it have to proceed to the Environment Court no matter what?
No, that process is in train independent of the feedback process. I think we would need to remain true to that consultation process.
But presumably the Environment Court process involves some mediation with the people who are objecting, and that issue might become resolved if those who are objecting are of the mind that now the process, which is what they wanted to have happen, is happening. Sorry, but that's...
Councillor Fulton, I think actually this is starting to get too long. We need to constrain this. I think you're going off on a tangent. The Environment Court matter deals with a discrete issue. It doesn't deal with what you've got up on the screen. So we need to be talking to what you've got on the screen at the moment. Okay, it's a discrete issue. Councillor Skinner, and then Councillor McGurk.
No,
you're all good, Councillor McGurk.
Thank you. Quick question.
the feedback, does that come back to officers and the officers provide a report to committee or council, or is it feedback back to in the form of a hearing? I'll just.
Mr. Ward?
Feedback would be we would receive feedback, summarise it, attach the originals if the committee, whichever committee or council was delegated responsibility for dealing with the matter. I wouldn't foresee a formal hearing process as part of that feedback process.
All right, so the process would be one, we sought input, it would be, the originals would be there, be summarised, it would be attached to a report to be considered by council. Is that correct? That's what we're thinking? Straight to council. So Shaylee's just trying to put some wording up here that would clarify that. And this feedback be provided to council, and further down we might have to send the other part back to council as well. And that a further be brought back to council to do something. It has to say to do something, sorry. Councillor Ackland.
I think it needs to refer to the items that are currently before us that are going to be stayed in the absence of. So it needs to refer back to these resolutions because they need to be revisited in the future.
I think that sounds reasonable. I think some words are coming, or notes. Chief Executive writing some words.
To the hearing panel's recommendations, to consider the hearing panel's recommendations.
Well, we were at, Chief Executive, is if we go up on the screen, and I can't see it all at the moment, what we're doing is we are bringing the feedback, will be provided to, reported to council, be reported to council. So that will be a go. That's the feedback, comes back, and then council needs to progress down the bottom there, thanks Shaylee, needs to progress that a further report be brought back to council to complete the matters that are in front of us today, and we just need to describe what they are, and to enable the Brook Reserve management process to continue, or something along those lines.
To consider this the progress.
To continue, will that do? Are we clear about what we're doing? It's good enough?
First,
it's not good enough. I know it's not good enough.
I'd really like us if we could just take a few minutes.
All right, so what we're going to do, well, it's being done on the fly for a range of reasons, Chief Executive, that I'm not altogether happy about. I wasn't intending on spending this long on a matter today. I would say that it would be best if we just adjourn this matter, just let this matter lie, to allow the officers to have some time to be happy with their wording, and hopefully we've got another item on the agenda that's not going to involve Councillor Ward, and then we could move on to another item. Would that be, Mr. Ward. I'm going to have to change his name. So that's what I'm going to suggest we do. You happy with that? Because I want to make sure we've spent a lot of time on this. We might as well just finish it off. And
thanks for your support.
Perhaps what we can do is we could just email that wording through to somebody and they could take it away and attend to it. Would that be possible? I think that will be possible. Thank you, Shaylee. You're doing a wonderful job of multitasking there. Now, so that matter's just going to lie on the just until we can sort that out and everybody's happy. It's very important that we have appropriate resolutions that stand the test of time. When they come back, we understand what they're about. So, if I was to go on to the next item, we could probably address item number 11 on the agenda, which is the schedule of meetings 2016, noting that we will be dealing with the calendar for next year as soon as Ms Langley and I are able to sit down and start the mechanics on that particular exercise. I'm sure she's already started thinking about it, and we will work our way through that. Pages 58 through 62 of your agenda, so you have a document there to receive and then to confirm that that's what we're going to do. Councillor Noonan, you happy to move? Thank you. Move. Seconded by Councillor Rutledge. Any questions for Ms Langley? There's no change. Oh, my apologies, Ms Langley. Changes, corrections or clarifications?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, there are minor only changes.
Minor only.
So, since the agenda went to print, 3 things are different. There's a District Licensing Committee hearing proposed for Friday the 18th of November. and the start time of that has changed. So it's come forward by half an hour.
Right.
It's not a big deal, but I feel I need to
and
let you know.
and all the members of the panel are aware?
Yes.
They know? Good.
Then there is a change to the timing for the Nelson Plan workshop on the 22nd of November. I believe that the finish time has been extended on that one.
All right, that's not showing on my document, but that's all right. So that's going to go longer.
So, yes, that's right. It's not showing on your document. It's
going to go-
happened since the agenda.
It's going to go for 5 or 6 hours, I understand?
Yes, that's
That's
right.
right. It's a pretty big day.
There was a request just here that I repeat myself. Is that?
I didn't hear that, but I'd prefer that we didn't have talking to officers while they're presenting, Councillor Fulton. Ms Langley?
And the third thing is the Chief Executive's Employment Committee meeting will be showing on your schedule on the 8th of December, and that has been changed to Friday the 2nd of December, commencing at 12 noon.
Okay, thank you. And I know that that doesn't meet the diaries of all of the members of that committee, but we just cannot find another day at this stage. Now, just checking with the mover and seconder, are they still happy with that? Yes, the mover is happy, seconder is happy. Any questions for Ms Langley in relation to the diary? No, in that case, I'm ready to put the recommendation, or the motion, all those in favour? Aye, against, carried. Right, we'll keep moving on until I get an indication from the Chief Executive that we wish to do something else. Now, Chief Executive, I just want to check that in relation to the matter that's lying on the table, if we move the delegations through now, is that going to impact on that?
You've been clear that it's to come back to council.
I've been clear that it's to come back to council. We're all happy with that, so we've been clear on that. So committee delegations. Now, we've got the report and we have any corrections or additions to the report or aspects that you wish to highlight?
Thank you. So, no, there are no changes to the report or the attachments. I'm just wondering if you want me to run through an exercise of sort of clarification around the delegations at this point. I'm just conscious of timing.
I think it would just be useful if you could highlight the key changes.
Sure. So, in bringing the delegations forward today, we did undertake a little bit of a review. So essentially what we've tried to do is make sure we're using broad descriptors rather than sort of more specific statements in the delegation. So for example, we tried to do away with things like provision, operation and maintenance of, and then a subject. So we're just trying to keep it to the subject to try and make it a bit easier and to determine where things ought to go, which committee is responsible. The other thing that has been undertaken is a quick assessment to just make sure that of the areas of responsibility, everything's sort of sitting in a sensible place. While the delegations of the last triennium did cease to exist when we had an election, it may be useful because obviously several of our elected members were present for the last triennium and will be for this one as well, to know sort of a little bit about what has changed. So essentially, it's tricky to capture all of that, but I will give you my very best attempt. Each committee now is responsible for all land and buildings relating to its area of responsibility, and that's at a level of a power to recommend, so the committee can address those matters and then recommend them to council. So that's a slight change from last triennium. Also, each committee is now able to lodge submissions to external bodies within their areas of responsibility without having to make any recommendations or anything. That's a power to decide. So that's just to sort of quicken things up a little. Also, each committee can approve specified business cases, projects or tenders at the level of power to decide, again, for each committee's area of responsibility. And the last one in this sort of category is that each committee can approve undertaking community engagement that isn't a special consultative procedure. So we already were taking care of special consultative procedures. That's been in the delegations. We're not changing anything there. We just wanted to make sure, for the sake of transparency, clarity and all of those things that we're always aiming for, that we are dealing with engagement as well, and that is at the level of power to decide for each committee.
Thank you.
And then there are some changes to each separate committee's delegations. So if you bear with me, I'll just run through those. So for example, if we're looking at community services, heritage is now sitting with community services, except for the heritage aspects that are contained within the Nelson plan. So that's makes it a little bit clearer for the application of delegations going forward. Also for community services, we have overtly included community centres and halls and Founders Heritage Park. Again, just to try and make it easier to apply when issues arise. That's the only things that I think that are noteworthy for community services. So if I move on to the governance committee, the things that are different there between last traineum and this one is that the civil defence emergency management activities and iwi MOUs have been removed as specifically listed items, and they will go directly to council should anything in those areas arise. There is also a minor thing that was asked for in the report, was for council to turn its mind in terms of governance committee's delegations as to where the powers regarding joint shareholders processes should sit. So we have a bunch of council controlled trading organisations and council controlled organisations. Some are jointly owned, some are owned specifically by Nelson City Council. The ones that are jointly owned go through a one-step process through our joint shareholders committee, but the way that the delegations are structured, the ones that we own exclusively go through a two-step process by going through governance and then on to council. So there was a query as to whether that is the most logical plan and whether in fact it would be okay for the governance committee to have powers to decide on that item. So I've slipped in a little question there. I hope everyone's okay with that. And I'll move back now onto talking about what's changed for the Planning and Regulatory Committee.
Ms Neely, I'm just going to interrupt for a moment just to draw the councillor's attention to that matter under the Governance Committee. So the matter that was being, the question that's been asked, and it's in the body of the report, is do we want to take the same approach to the Joint Shareholders Committee, where the Joint Shareholders has the ability through a one-step process to address matters, or do we wish to retain a two-step process for the companies that we own ourselves? There is a delay process in doing that. So what I would say to you is that's something that you just need to turn your mind to, as to whether the power, it is rather than a power to decide, that the power stays as a power to recommend. So what we've got is essentially under the documents, I hope I see you frowning, so maybe I haven't got that right, but as I understood it was under 2.2.3 on the Governance Committee delegations. If we go over to that page 72, it is the matter in relation documents for Nelson City Council controlled organisations and Nelson City Council controlled trading organisations, including statements of intent, half-yearly reports and appointment of directors. Now that is a power to recommend only for the Governance Committee. If we were to go to the Joint Shareholders Committee, you will see that it's a power to decide. So the question we have here is whether we should move that function from power to recommend in governance up to power to decide in governance, so that it's consistent with the Joint Shareholders Committee. And I might just seek some, so that's one of the questions that we would just want to turn our mind to today. So if I could just pause on that one, because I'd just like to see whether there's a view around that at the moment, whether there's a desire to change it or leave it. Or perhaps you don't have a view around that, which is why it stayed as it is, because I thought it might be quite difficult to establish whether there is a view or not. Councillor Rutledge.
With the potential delays of the two-step process, and maybe this is a question for the Chief Executive, could that commercially disadvantage the organisations that we're talking about here?
Chief Executive?
Madam Mayor, I think my response would be that I don't believe it commercially disadvantages them. I think it puts them on a different footing to other CCOs that council is a part owner of, and that's the nub of the issue, really. I cannot think of a situation where the passage of time has been an issue for them. I think the certainty of a one-step process would be appreciated by them.
The issue that can arise is that the government committee makes a recommendation, and then an alternative comes from council, and then it has to go back again to the governance committee, because that's what happens. Then it has to refer back, so then they can recommend again. So it can become a bit slow. Where it became where we needed to get some greater alignment was with the jointly owned companies, so that we didn't end up with a situation where the Joint Shareholders Committee was making a recommendation to Tasman District Council and to Nelson City Council and ending up with different outcomes at the other end. That's one of the reasons that moved up to decide. It's less likely to be that outcome here. Councillor Fulton.
I guess the difference between the two is that they were all sitting on the Joint Shareholders Committee. Don't we all sit on it?
No, we don't.
I thought we all did.
No, it has representation from both councils.
Has that changed?
No, that's been the same last term. All right, so any other questions around in relation to that one, and we'll just deal with that when we get to the end. No, all right, moving on. So the different changes we've dealt with, community services and governance, on to planning and regulatory, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. So some additional areas of responsibility have been included for planning and regulatory. One of those is development contributions that had previously sat with governance, so it's just hopped across. We've also added financial contributions, biodiversity, biosecurity, the local alcohol policy, hazardous substances and contaminated land, and projects for enhanced environmental outcomes. So those are all listed, again, really just to make it a little clearer as to when issues come up, where they get honed. Then moving on to the Works and Infrastructure Committee. We've added shared pathways with an active travel focus, and public transport has been removed from Works and Infrastructure as well. I haven't mentioned anything about Sports and Rec because that committee didn't exist in the previous triennium, so there's no differences between then and now.
Councillor Laurie's got a question.
Thank you. Why, through the chair, why is it cycleways and shared pathways with an active transport focus? I know there's actually number 2 there, but why doesn't it just say cycleways and shared pathways? Is there logic to that? Am I missing something?
So it is in order to try and make a clear split between what would be covered by the Sports and Recreation Committee and what would be covered by the Works and Infrastructure Committee.
There's always been an area of confusion. There was in the last council as well, and so we're trying to tidy it up. So for instance, you would look at, as an example, the front face of the centre of New Zealand. Is that walkway one that belongs to Works and Infrastructure, or is it part of a reserve? It's part of a reserve, so it goes to the Sports and Recreation Committee. That's in the last term of council, we did not have this particularly well sorted.
Sorry, point as just for clarification, that's not a shared pathway though, is it? The one in front of the centre of New Zealand? It's just a path.
It's a walkway.
I know, but it's not a shared path. And so we're talking about shared pathways here.
So it's a good question. I think I've gone through this several times to try and make sure we had this sorted out.
I'm just trying to
Deputy Mayor,
clarify.
did you sort this out in the end? In terms of whether you wanted walkways, whether that should read walkways, cycleways and shared pathways with an active transport focus, so we get all 3 in there? Should
I
it
guess
have all
my-
3? I'm looking for some advice here.
I suppose my question, if it's okay, Madam Mayor, is what is a shared pathway that does not have an active transport focus?
Ms Langley?
I think that I will hand over to EJ to answer this one. I think she can help us with this.
Through the Mayor, the distinction which Ms Langley has just mentioned is to make it clear as to which paths are covered by Works and Infrastructure and which are covered by the Sports and Recreation Committee. The phrase active transport focus relates to shared pathways which can be considered part of the transport network, roading network in a sense. In particular, they are ones which would be funded from transport budgets, and they, I understand, will be eventually listed in the Parking and Vehicle Control Bylaw 2011. At the moment, we have a schedule in that bylaw that says it will be listing shared pathways, but at the moment contains a note that, please contact council if you wish to have a list of these pathways. So there is going to be a specific reference, I guess, in that bylaw which would identify those pathways. At the moment, we've come to a midway point because that bylaw is under review, and you might see that there is a footnote that lists the current pathways which are considered to fall within that. So if a matter referring to one of those pathways was to come up, you would expect it to go to the Works and Infrastructure Committee. If it's not on that list at the moment, you would expect it to go to the Sports and Recreation Committee.
Okay.
Well, almost one more through you, if it's okay. So, is there? I'm sorry, I'm being so pedantic about this, but I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm not missing something. So, can you give me an example of a shared pathway that does not have an active transport focus? Because that's how.
Through the Mayor, I think that would have to be a question for someone either in the reserves or the transport team. I wouldn't be able to give you that information.
What I'm trying to get at is why does this say an active transport focus?
EJ?
Yeah, through the Mayor, it is identifying pathways which will come from a specific funding line. So these are ones which will be listed in that bylaw. That bylaw currently anticipates shared pathways, but it doesn't list them. So we're basically anticipating what the reviewed bylaw will have in it. At the moment, we've got a list in the footnote.
Councillor Laurie, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
But I have to say,
there's a list.
It's about the best we could do at this point in time, given this ends up being a bit of an iterative process. And as you go through working out which things go to which committee, sometimes there's a judgment. There actually does end up being a judgment call. I think my concern about the list is that if I was to look at Maitai River, I'm wondering whether that includes the Maitai River up near the golf course. No, in which case it is a shared pathway up there. I cycle up there and I walk up there, so I just guess that's the concern, that it's maybe the proviso is actually around where it's a NZTA funded, but that's also a discretionary thing, so we don't know. So that's where it's got the potential to be, which is I think why the wording was active transport, was around with an active transport focus, because that is the aspect that takes us to the funding.
Madam.
Yes, we can do at this point in time. I've got a bit of a queue. Councillor Fulton, Councillor McGurk, Councillor
A subsequent
Rutledge.
question to that. Well, I just wondered if in the Sports and Recreation Committee it should spell out that I would have thought mountain bike pathways and shared pathways in that area fall under Sports and Recreation, having heard that they wouldn't be active transport. So Codger's trails, which can be shared or walking only or cycling only, would be under the delegation of Sports and Rec. But should that actually be listed, because it's not currently listed, that mountain bike trails and shared non-active transport trails, they're not listed there.
EJ?
Through the Mayor, at the moment they would be caught by the Parks and Reserves heading. It's deliberately broad to capture everything within Parks and Reserves.
Thank you. Who's next on my list? Councillor Rutledge and then Councillor McGurk.
Just in terms of the process here, given these are some new delegations, if it's found in a period of time that some of these things are a bit clunky and not working, can the council decide to shuffle one to the other?
Yes, absolutely, and the officers will let us know, or if we find it's not working for us, we'll organise it to move. So it's a starting position that's hopefully sufficiently robust to get the committees through a couple of cycles, but they're up for review if they need to be.
Thank you. And a second, if I could. So there's been some facilities specifically called out and others not. Can I just have clarification on where, say, the Brook Sanctuary and Natureland sit in terms of these delegations?
Officers? Oh, Brook Sanctuary's gone to plan. I think Chief Executive and I might be able to. Brook Sanctuary, we're seeing it planning and regulatory because it sits in relation to enhanced environmental outcomes. And Natureland, do we have an answer on that one? I think it might well
The
be.
short answer would be no. We don't have an exact answer at the moment because we would need to double check the status of.
I believe it's on a reserve,
if
so it
it's
should
in a
be sports and
reserve or not.
recreation.
Yeah.
Which will be fine in the sense of if you've got a conflict, you step away from the table.
Sure. Okay. And then to follow that up, then, Founders Heritage Park being a park, why is that not under Sport and Rec, given that Sport and Rec has parks and reserves?
Officers, this is an officer request, so I have to. Ms. Langley?
So my understanding on that one is for almost exactly that reason. It has park in the title, however it also covers things that are heritage related. It also has people trading in there. It's quite a complex environment that could potentially cover a number of different areas. So in order to try and simplify the processes every time an issue or any time an issue about Founders comes up, we wanted an overt statement about where those things would be handled.
Okay. And finally, with specific respect to Natureland, can I request that officers consult with the director to properly understand the purpose of that facility before perhaps sticking it in, because it seems like there's a potential mismatch there?
You're conflicted.
I think we could, that could happen, because as I'm listening to this conversation, I'm actually wondering whether it might be better at planning and regulatory. So I think actually that's what I'm thinking about. It may actually be better to sit within that sphere, and that's one of those things that we do have to just work through on some of these as to where they should sit.
Thank you.
It may be that we've got a bit of crossover. We could make that overt today and put Natureland in with planning and reg, so it sits within the environmental outcome, but it would mean that it would sit as a gap in the reserve management plan. Where matters cross two committees, they come to council. That's the other aspect, so that's where they end up. I think we're probably today going to try and work with what we've got and work our way through to the next step. Now, I had Councillor McGurk.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Probably two issues for me is ethnic and emerging communities. There's no specific reference to that. I would probably see that in community services, but there's been no reference to it at all, bearing in mind that we do have a large migrant community in here and do have some special needs or issues.
And that was a matter that I have raised, and the officers have given some consideration to that, and they formed a view when they brought this back. Ms. Langley.
Yes, that's right. So we believe that that is captured under community development in the community services area.
So the question I think is why well, we've got a list there where we specify some areas. Why have we not specified migrant communities? Mr. Ward.
So through the mayor, I think it was the youth and older adults are big drivers for our community. There are a number of different sub communities within the community that we could identify, and we felt rather than trying to identify all those and some feel aggrieved for not being in the list, that it would be better to cover them all under the youth development. So there are a number of different communities.
Again, there's no right answer here, so if you wish to propose a change, you can propose a change. I do think there are, when I thought about the list and listened to the rationale from staff, I did think, well, we do have streams of work in all of those areas that lend themselves to being clear that we've got a stream of work around youth issues, and so it's now clear that it sits with the Community Services Committee. We've got a piece of work around ageing population that also sits with the Community Services Committee. but it's up to you, councillors, if you want to propose changes. Any other, now, next on the list, councillor.
I've got a subsequent issue as well, completely unrelated. We've got a delegation there for the Nelson Regional Sewage Business Unit, and is it too early for a similar one for the joint landfill?
Officers?
I believe it is too early at this point, yes. I don't believe that the group it's just too early.
I think we've still got some statutory steps to work through, and we'd be being presumptive if we move to the point of forming it. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Under Works and Infrastructure, I heard public transport's been removed. I just wondered where that's gone to. Didn't pick up the other half of it.
Through the Mayor, to the public transport issues will go to council.
Okay.
No further questions, Deputy Mayor? Nope, that's all right. And anyone else with questions? I'll have to take my glasses off, I'm dizzy. No, in that case, well, we've got some recommendations here. Someone care to move the recommendations if we'd like to see any changes today? Moved by Councillor Courtney, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Any debate? I'm happy just to speak to this, to thank the councillors who have worked very hard on bringing this together. It's quite a process, and also to the officers for the work that's gone into this. I actually think we have a much clearer set of delegations than we did in the last term. It's been simplified. The wording talks about the areas of responsibility rather than getting us tied into sort of subsets around developing the policies in relation to certain matters. It makes sure that the focus is on the responsibility and any matters that might come in that regard. I didn't hear an enthusiasm for changing the power to recommend and power to decide on our companies within the governance committee, and I think that's a reasonable proposition to commence with. If we find there are delays caused or the companies come to us with concerns, then we know that there is a mechanism that we could use to address that, to move it up to the power to decide, but I'm not seeing a compelling reason at this point being brought by the officers to say that we need to change that. No one else wishes to speak to this. In that case, I will. Councillor Noonan now does.
Just
yes.
to clarify that actually any powers to recommend from the joint shareholders goes to governance, right? And then council, or straight to council?
No, I think the joint shareholders committee has the power to decide.
Okay.
Same as it did in the last term. Councillor Rutledge.
So, sorry, I do have a question around the modeller's pond. Given that the issue seems to be rather split between both recreational benefit and infrastructure benefit and its current use, what was the reasoning behind leaving it, well, putting it in sport and rec versus works and infrastructure?
There was a bidding war in my office and Councillor Skinner won. Or lost by default, and depending on how you want to deal with the modeller's pond. All right. The Chair of Works and Infrastructure showed an initial interest and then very quickly lost interest and accepted that Councillor Skinner could have it under Works and Infrastructure. There's no right answer here, Councillor Rutledge. It could have otherwise gone to council, and in the bids for responsibility, there were no bids from the Mayor, so it had to go to a committee.
Water sport.
Thank you.
Councillor Laurie and then Councillor Delberg.
Does that decision therefore mean that the council does not consider the modeller's pond to have an infrastructure function?
I think the committee would have to be minded of all the issues that come in relation to it. It's just going to be a bit of the issues they're going to have to turn their mind to those things.
Well, the reason I mention it is a big part of the discussions around the modeller's pond have related to its apparent significance as a piece of infrastructure. So if we're going to move it out of works and infrastructure, I suggest that means the council doesn't consider it to have an important function in terms of the city's infrastructure, which makes it really interesting. We're saying it's a sports and recreation thing, not an infrastructure thing. I think that's going to inform future discussions about that issue.
I just want to take some officer advice on that. Committees tend to take things with an open mind rather than a closed mind. Does the Group Manager of Works and Infrastructure have concerns that there will be that you will be now removed from any consideration in relation to Modellers Pond?
Through the chair, absolutely not. I think we'll be involved no matter where it sits.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam. Just to help, we've got 2 or 3 venues, if you want to call them that, around the city that fall into that category that Councillor Laurie's talking about. Green Meadows was another one. Where does that sit and where does that lie, the new building? You look for predominant use. That gives you the steer, and as works will be involved in it, but the predominant use of the Modellers Pond is for recreation, and that's where it should lie, supported by works.
Thank you. Councillor Delberg. And I'll come back to Councillor Noonan and then Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, the question there about the trading of the Sports and Rec versus Community Services Committee, can I just suggest we actually have like a set date, a review date in 6 months' time, rather than let it come to, we have another discussion. It looks like it's something that needs to be developed. I'd like to suggest you had a set date that you do a review. Slightly more professional. Thank you.
We could do, but I tend to have a view that if we've got to have something to review, and I'm thinking it might take a sequence of meetings over about a year to get to a point where you've got enough to review, at which point you can come to council, we can flag that up and we can ask for that review. I'd like to get it started. If we flag it and signal it now, it means it's absolutely got to come forward. If it's working well, then we'll leave it as is. And I do think it needs 12 months to sort of bed in. But I tend to do a review in any event to see how things are going. Councillor Noonan, then Councillor Laurie.
Madam Mayor, my view on the Modellers Pond is that you won't like this, but I think it should lie with council. It's been a really difficult, I can tell by the room, it has been a difficult topic, and it crosses a lot of committees, and it's a heated topic. My view is it should go to council until it's sorted anyway.
I'll hear from council the order. So we've got a suggestion there. It hasn't been moved to move it. There hasn't been an amendment. It's been have we moved and seconded the delegations? Yes, we have. We did get that, and then no one was going to speak to them, and now we're back again. In the way that we tend to do. There's silence, and then suddenly away it goes again. Councillor Laurie.
So I'm a little bit concerned that with the changes made to the chairs, that you've got an issue which is very much a Tahuna issue that has moved from Works and Infrastructure to Sports and Rec. That committee is now chaired by a gentleman who I have plenty of respect for, but who not that long ago said in this room, keep your hands off Tahuna Nui. Is that part of the reason for moving the delegation?
I'm a little bit lost. So you're saying that the chair of sport,
it's been moved from Works and Infrastructure.
Yes.
The chair of Works and Infrastructure is Councillor Matheson.
Yes.
So, not that long ago, Councillor Matheson said, keep your hands off Tahuna Nui. I'm a bit concerned that perhaps the Modellers Pond has been moved into a different committee so that that is not an issue.
So that Councillor, the Deputy Mayor can't have undue influence over the Modellers Pond?
Exactly.
Your mind works in mysterious ways, Councillor Laurie, far too complex for me. It is not the level of detail that goes into these matters. And I would trust that councillors, if they felt they had a conflict, would withdraw from the process in any event. So it's not an issue. So the answer is no.
Okay, good.
The answer is no.
Good. Well, I would be very supportive of what Councillor Noonan is suggesting.
Yes, well, we'll see how we go on that. Councillor
Where's Nature Land sitting?
Delberg, were you next, or have I already had you?
I don't know.
In the list.
Yeah, could be next.
Were you next? No, Councillor Skinner was next, and then I'll have to come back to you. Councillor Skinner.
I'm quite happy to take on the Modellers Pond. As you know, I give most things a crack, and I think you better give some confidence to myself and Councillor Rutledge here. We've both stepped into the ring of a boxing match. The unknown, the Modellers Pond is less of an unknown for that, so I'm quite happy. I'm quite comfortable with taking on that.
Excellent.
Thank
you.
But as I say, the staff, Mr. Laverdis, has pointed out he's very comfortable with the situation, and staff and that will be very much involved, and it will be obviously a lot of talk with the works and structure as well, if it comes outside of the sports framework. But it is, as Councillor Matheson put, it's predominantly used as a recreational reserve by our community. It does have a function, and when it comes to the function of that, I have full confidence that staff and councillors will keep that in full mind, as well as myself and my deputy.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to Councillor Delberg, I would take the council to page 67 of your agenda, which has the committee functions and delegations. It is very, very important that you read this section of the delegations to understand what your role is as a committee. You will see at 1.13 that the committees are not obliged to exercise their delegations. So if there is a difference of opinion, or there was some other matter there that you where you think it should be considered by council, you can refer it up. So the committee can do that. My rationale for getting as many of these specific items to committees is that I want the committees to be more engaged in this term of council with the community. The more things that sit up at council, the more difficult that is, because it means that I have to be, and I enjoy doing it, but actually in terms of my workload, that means that I'm the person that needs to be out there, because it's coming to my committee, my council, to me. It means I have to be there engaging at a governance level with all the different organisations that are involved. And I think the strength of moving these things to committees is that you're going to develop much stronger, better understanding of the community and the organisations that are there. If you feel it has got issues that are raising issues across council, then you exercise your right to move it to council. Councillor Delberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was with that Trafalgar Centre remaining in council until we finish the project. I was kind of thinking that Modler's Pond had the same concept. It's perceived out in the community as difficult, and there's lots of kind of challenges. I'm comfortable that the Sports and Rec, if they want to take that responsibility on, I'm assuming they still need to bring it back through the main committee, main council to get sign off anyway.
Not if it sits within the budgets that they've got and the powers that they've got. No, they'll deal with it. It'll be dealt with there. So if it sits within the budgets that are there, they'll deal with it and finish it and get it sorted out. So what your council, you've got to, you speak, I'm always astounded about how much time this council can spend discussing the Modler's Pond. It just absolutely astounds me. So what I suggest, if those of you who are sitting at the table want to move it to council, you move an amendment now and move it up. Okay, that's what you do. I'm happy. If you want to do that, go for it. Away we go, and then we can debate it.
Okay.
Your call. So someone wants to move it?
Yeah,
I've got Councillor Laurie next on the list, and then I've got Councillor Fulton. No, it's Councillor Laurie first, and then it's Councillor Fulton. I control the speaking order.
Very well. So the Modler's Pond is going to end up coming back to council for a big old debate, one way or the other. So, well, history suggests that will be the case. So why would we not just leave it put it to full council?
We've just discussed the reason why it's there and the rationale. Councillor Fulton.
Okay, so I want to make two amendments, and one would be that the Modler's Pond remains under the Sports and Recreation Committee, but like Councillor Delberg suggests, we have a note under it that the Modler's Pond will remain a council, I don't know if it was a council matter before, but will remain a council matter until redevelopment work is complete. So I think it should be a council matter until the redevelopment's complete, and then it can fall under the Sports and Recreation Committee hands. If somebody wants to second that, thank you. And then Councillor Rutledge asked a question around Natureland, and I do think it should be written somewhere, and having had a chance to look at it, I think Natureland should fall under the Planning and Regulatory Committee delegation as it connects to biodiversity. So I would like the word Natureland included in there if anyone's happy to second that. I don't think Councillor Rutledge can because he's conflicted. No. Thank you.
You're seconding both of those, all right? So that's where they are. Okay, we've now got an amendment. So do everyone understand the amendment? Natureland, right, speaking to that. I have to say I'm going to speak against Natureland moving in that way. That is an ad hoc process. I'm happy to look at it, but it sits within so if we're going to do these together, I have to vote against it at this point.
I'm not
Sorry, I'm
clear.
speaking, Councillor Fulton. Please don't speak over the top of me. I've got a lot of work to get through yet. It sits within a reserve, it'll sit within a reserve management plan, and I'm not sure at this point what the implications would be of trying to deal with it as a discrete issue, and I actually would prefer to do it in a more considered way if it's going to move. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Speaking to the amendment, Deputy Mayor?
Does that include Models Pond going to council?
Yes, there were two things. They're going to be dealt with at the same
Yes,
time.
well, I
or
was to speak
separately.
against that because, and the reason I'm saying that is that it needs the drive of a committee first to get the project going.
Absolutely.
It needs a hands-on here. And some councillors have indicated they'd like to do that to get the project in. You can't do it as a council as a whole now, but you might want to think about it later on.
Right, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? Councillor Laurie speaking to the amendment.
I need some clarification here. Why, when Councillor Fulton appeared to me to be putting up 2 amendments, has it become 1?
Because you want to deal with them separately, Councillor? Right, it's because she didn't clarify that. She used 2 things and didn't say I'd like them to be dealt with separately. Unless you do, I deal with them as one. You'd like them to be dealt with separately?
Yes, they were moved and seconded separately, so I guess I thought
Secondly? Who moved and seconded?
Gail.
Separately, 2 times?
Yep.
Yes.
Seconded?
Yep.
Apologies, I missed that.
Thank you.
Right, taking the Modellers Pond first. Anyone else wish to speak to that? No, in that case I'm going to put, well, you've got to be real quick, Councillor Skinner.
Before it was on the community services, it did the Modellers Pond. The Modellers Pond, to be correct, was in a committee before at the full council. Was that correct? So we're doing the same. So Councillor Laurie or Councillor Fulton are asking for something different to what we've done in the past. So I'm quite happy with how it's been before as a committee. Then
Speaking against the amendment?
I'm against the amendment. So
okay.
it's
Modellers
good. It was a
Pond's
good process. It was a good process. So why change?
Okay, Modellers Pond's up first. I'm going to put the amendment that the Modellers Pond goes to council. It's too late now. I've just had enough. I'm going to put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? No. Show of hands. Those 4 to go to council.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Those against?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Councillor Eklund, do you have a view on the Modellers Pond? I missed you. You voted? Oh, you did against? Right, sorry, I just didn't catch you.
There was a 4.
Oh, 4? Okay. 4-4.
8 again.
Lost. Now we're dealing with Natureland. Anyone wish to speak to the Natureland matter? Cutler Rogers is
I just wanted to clarify, I thought the staff hadn't decided which delegation it lay under, but you were implying that it was very clear where it was.
No. No, I don't know where it is at the moment.
So that's
Parks
what I
and
was-
no, it's in Parks and Reserves is basically where it is because it's a reserve. It sits on a reserve. Potentially it could move somewhere else, but I've said to you I'm not interested in doing that as an ad hoc decision today. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? No, in that case I'm going to put the amendment. The amendment is that, excuse me, Councillor Fulton, we have a lot of business still to do today. We have a workshop that isn't going to happen that's now going to have to be rescheduled. But there is one matter that has to be done. We've got some things that have to be done. The amendment, Councillor Laurie, for the 3rd time, is to move Natureland from sports and recreation specifically to planning and regulatory. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment? I'm going to put the amendment. Put the amendment. All those in favour? Against? No. Lost. Now we're back to the substantive motion, which is the delegations as set out with no changes. Are there any other amendments sought to the delegations? No other amendments sought to the delegations. It's been moved and seconded. Has it, Shaylee? Yes, it has. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? No. In that case, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. That's fabulous. Now, moving on back to the moving back to the Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan, Gazettal and road stopping. We have some words which are an amendment from Councillor Fulton that the officers had an opportunity to look at. They are on the screen. Here they are. So we're seeking feedback from the community under the Local Government Act 2002 on the proposed reclassification of land from recreation reserve to local purposes reserve recreation for the area covered by the Brook Recreation Reserve Management Plan, and that a rationale for this change in status, including positive and negative consequences, is included in the documentation provided to the community. Then we go down to see that we are going to have a report back to council to receive public feedback on that proposed reclassification and to consider the hearings panel's recommendations. The hearings panel, we're suitably clear about what that relates to. Yes, the officers are all happy that this is a well-worded recommendation that can be worked with. Is there anything further, Shirley, if we scroll down, or is that it? Okay, now who moved and seconded? Do we recall? Okay, are the mover and seconder happy with that? All right. Now, speaking to, I think Councillor Fulton, you've already spoken to the rationale. Does anyone wish to speak to this amendment? Noting that's an amendment, speaking to it, Councillor Skinner.
I'm going to speak against it. I understand what Councillor Fulton is raising in regards to the consultation. My concern is with this amendment, we're doing away with declaring the fee simple land, and my concern is that if we don't resolve this timely and correctly, we will end up scuttling the camp as a camp. That's my concern, is that we suddenly open up the box again. A lot of work was done in that first hearing when we were going over Vision 1, Vision 2, and then it was moulded into a vision which retained it as a camp and recreation reserve. I see it was altered, and I fully appreciate that the public, and we've had a good thrashing, we've had a very good thrashing of that, several hours of thrashing of that, and it was all very positive reasonings. And we've thrashed that through well in regards to consultation. So I understand what Councillor Fulton is trying to achieve, and I support what she's trying to achieve there, but I don't support that amendment and the fact that I think it will derail what we've achieved as far as keeping the camp as a camp. And my concern is especially because it's, and the amendment doesn't cover the fee simple land parcels, and they could get lost in the process or re-looked at, and then we might lose the camp as being a camp.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Before, I'm sorry to do this, but I do have some questions myself, so apologies, officers. As I understood, you couldn't start the comprehensive development plan process until the issues around the reserve status or establishment of gazettal was completed. Is that correct? So there's gazettals to go through?
Until the reserve management plan is given effect, is adopted.
So it's adopted, and that can't happen until such time as the road stopping has completed, is that right? And then subsequent to the road stopping, we then have to go out again to notify that we're changing it to, we have to advertise again? Is that correct? I'm sorry, I've lost track today, understandably.
We will bring a further report.
Further report back?
Further report back on
Do you have any idea how long the road stopping process will take with the Environment Court? Do you have any prior experience, Mr. Levertis, in how long, you know, what the likely shortest time is? Are we talking weeks, or are we talking months? It hasn't been heard yet, so I'm imagining that we're talking some months before it will make its way through the road stopping process. So what you're saying is you can't start the comprehensive development plan until such time as that process has completed. So that's correct. So in that case, I'm not seeing a particular delay in terms of the development of the comprehensive development plan by the process that Councillor Fulton is proposing. Am I right in that, or is there something that I'm missing?
No, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. Right, so it's been moved and seconded. No further question. Councillor Ackland was speaking to the motion.
Sorry, I just have a question through you, Madam Mayor, on the point that's been raised in debate, actually, because I got caught by surprise by that. I hadn't realised that the consequence of this decision could be to unwind decision-making over the transfer of freehold land into reserve land. Couldn't you?
That's not through the Mayor, that's not my understanding of what we're trying to do here, which is why we're not going out on a full consultation on the reserve management plan itself. We're just going out on consultation on what it means to change from recreation reserve to local purpose recreation.
Okay, at the risk of this being a point of reply and debate, but so that isn't a concern, because I didn't think that it was going to be affected by this. So that won't, I think you've already said it, but that won't affect the freehold land decision.
Council, this council through the mayor will have to receive, which is the last clause there, will have to receive the recommendations from the hearing panel, one of which was in relation to the freehold land, and will have to make its decision based on the information it has in front of it at that time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further debate or any questions? So no one else wishes to speak to the amendment. There's no right to reply. You've already spoken, Councillor Fulton, so you can't speak again. So I'm now ready to put the amendment. So we understand this is the amendment. It's putting another step in the process, and then it'll all come back to council again. Speaking.
I'll speak in favour of it. It is inconvenient having to do this, and it is a frustration in a sense, because council has decided a management plan which we've resolved and been quite keen on achieving and getting through, and then sometimes a spanner gets thrown into the works, and this potentially is one. But and it is inconvenient, but I think for the purpose of consultation, which we continually go on about, we continually promulgate, that this is one of those examples where we might just have to pause and just make sure that we're covering off the issue. It will be inconvenient, it will be a slight delay, but I think this is an important issue for particularly it's an important issue for particular members of the community, and it's worth hearing and letting them have that opportunity to just have that last, or have that chance to address this specific issue that perhaps hasn't been tied off in a way that I feel entirely comfortable with.
Thank you. And I'm going to speak in support of the amendment as well. I've thought very hard about this, and you could see from the questioning that I had this morning that I'd really given this some consideration. I spent quite a bit of time with Councillor Fulton to understand the reason for her having deliberated in the way that she did in the hearings panel, but she had a bigger issue that went back to the original process. Now, as I said at the start, while we're sitting here in council, I have to deny people the right to speak in public forum, because we're essentially in a statutory process. So the test is very high on us that when we sit here. And while I could rationalise myself that I think there is, it's unlikely that there's going to be a matter that came to the table that would cause me to really reconsider where we got to in terms of local purposes, that there's what's the best fit. I don't know the answer to that. And my concern is that when we start to close off those opportunities and people feel they have been disenfranchised through council's processes, because actually through the process that just happened with the hearings panel, so we could see they couldn't really adequately have their views on any matter considered. There were some things they couldn't have. They couldn't come into that process and see that the road stopping process result in a recreation reserve outcome, or the freehold title result in that. All that could happen, as Ms McLeod told us, is it was kind of a gateway. They either said proceeded down local purposes or not. That was the issue in front of them. I understand the risk around this, that potentially something is going to come back and we're going to say, well, actually there is an issue here that we need to turn our mind to, and that causes us to rethink about that. But actually that's part of what we're required to do. And in terms of the time delay, I'm not seeing a particular one here. I'm not looking for this to take another 6 months. I would say that it will be another piece of work that the officers will need to fit in, but I'm looking for a timely response so we can get this resolved. I think one of the risks for us as a council, if I went back and reflected on this, one of the things that I do want us to work very hard on in this term is to make sure that at the very start of the processes, when we begin, that we're really sure when we put out a draft to the community, and I hear this quite often, it's just a draft, so we'll hear from the community what they think. Actually, the draft that goes out is the most important document, that has been well considered, that there is a rationale for the status that we put alongside our vision and our aspirations. And what I can hear through the process is a sense from the submitters that, in fact, where we wanted to get to was inconsistent in some way with a recreation reserve classification, and it would have been clearer to them if we had been overt in saying that actually the better match was a local purposes reserve. And they're the types of things that we do need to tease out before we start the process, and perhaps we need to spend a little bit more time in those draft processes, just getting the legal checks and the other things that we need to do, and a little bit less, just take the pauses that we need to start the process, because then I think we end up with a process that engages the community in a better way, where they feel genuinely able to be heard. And this is, I think, some way of remedying any perception that they haven't been able to be. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Councillor Noonan.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, but I'm just looking at that last paragraph and see the words hearing panel's recommendations. And if we're seeking feedback, it wouldn't be a hearing panel, would it?
Madam Mayor, if I could just point Councillor Noonan to the whole of that recommendation, motion. It's to actually, what it's really doing is saying, come back to this report and consider the hearing panel's recommendations that you've not dealt with today.
You think the wording of that is I just found it misleading. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it looking at it public feedback to come back, but a hearing panel doesn't match with feedback normally.
Madam Mayor, if I could point you to the fact that we've got a report, 6235, at the beginning that you've received, and you're seeking feedback on a possible reclassification, but you're approving the hearing panel's recommendation in relation to one thing, and then you are noting a further report.
We're doing two things. We're receiving the feedback, and then we're dealing with the hearings panel's recommendations.
It's quite clear it was not. You could put remaining recommendations.
We could put to consider the hearings panel's
remaining recommendations.
Happy with that? Mover and seconder, happy with that? Whoever moved and seconded? Happy with that? Yes, right, okay. All right, so now that has been, everyone's spoken to that, who's going to speak to that, I'm now going to put it is an amendment. It is an amendment. I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Becomes a substantive motion. Yes, it does. So it's just these words here. I'm going to put the substantive motion. All those, I'm not going to ask to speak to it again. I think we've been around that enough time. We're happy with that. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Now, we need to now resolve to extend the meeting past a reasonable period of time for sitting down. I reluctantly will do so. Councillor Ackland reluctantly will second that. I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Now, what have we got left on our agenda to deal with? We have got the committee delegations. We've attended to that. Now we've got the issue here. Now we've got some public excluded matters, and at the start we were talking about item number 6 on your public excluded. Now this is the item called potential remedies for public disorder issues in the central business district, and it says the report will be distributed separately to the agenda as it's a late item. The note I have is this is a minor late item, is what that will be, and as this item was not distributed with the agenda for the meeting, to be treated as a minor late item to be considered at this meeting. A procedural resolution is not required before a minor item that is on the agenda for the meeting may be dealt with. So it's already there. It's a minor item. The reason it is a minor item is because there is no decision to be made, right? So there's no decision to be made when we deal with that. So the public excluded table is to be amended to remove the words legal professional, oh no, we've dealt with that. Legal professional privilege from row 6 of the table. So we will be dealing with this matter for what reason in public excluded, Chief Executive?
The negotiations.
To enable the local authority to carry out without prejudice or disadvantage negotiations. So that would be the reason for attending to it in public excluded. So we're happy to do that. In that case, with that, everyone's following that, then we'll move the recommendation to move into public excluded business. Someone, Deputy Mayor, is happy to move. I will second that. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. We'll just wait till we go offline.